1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Alright, well, hello my little beauties, and welcome to this live stream with me, David Connolly, the web developer extraordinaire. As you can see, I'm having a little bit of an image change whenever I can these days. But this tie does not work. I mean, it does not work with this. It would work with a dark suit, but not with my man from Del Monte vibe. So we'll lose this. I like the tie, you know. It just doesn't work with this suit though. So we'll go with this vibe today. There we go. And how on earth are you doing? It's very nice to have you here. So we're back on YouTube. Now, I had a thing whereby I was live streaming on a Saturday and then doing private live streams all of the other days. And for reasons that are sort of unclear, I decided to just do all of the live streaming privately. That was my decision. And I kind of think that was a mistake in hindsight because, you know, I don't want to completely disappear off the radar for everybody. And I thought it would be nice just to, I mean, I like checking in with everybody, you know. And maybe it's nice just to let people know that I'm still here and still coding and everything like that. So maybe I'll keep on live streaming at least one day a week in public, which is something that I enjoy doing. If you enjoy these live streams and if you want me to keep doing this at least in public, then do give me one of those likes. And yes, of course I'm tweaking the algo and all of that. I mean, let's face it, the channel's an explosion of popularity. But in all seriousness, it matters to me that I know if people are into this or not. For example, right now I'm looking at 0 likes. If I finish this live stream and I have 0 likes, you'll never see me here again. That's a fact. So just let me know that you're alive. Can you handle that? Can you handle that? Anyway, today we're going to be doing a whole bunch of live streaming, and I'm going to be talking a little bit about the situation in France. I know that we're here for the coding, but I want to talk a wee bit about that first. And I'd like to also say a little word. Thank you for the like, whomever that was. I appreciate it. I'd like to also just say a word about Twitter. And yeah, basically just a couple of thoughts about where I am. And yeah, maybe do that. And maybe I'll talk a little bit about my new hobby. If you're not a member of the private live stream, you may not know this, but I have a new hobby that appeared out of nowhere. And the hobby is watches. I like watches, you know. Those of you who are members of the channel will know that I've spent the last few weeks looking at some nice watches. I have a few nice watches, you know. Like today, for example, I'm wearing, let me just see here. Today I'm wearing the original Apple Watch. The original Apple Watch. Have you seen the original Apple Watch? Have you seen it? Well, here's what it looks like. This, in fact, I'll just take it off and hold it up to the screen. This is the original Apple Watch, my friends. Check it out. There it is. And this, can you see that? Are we in focus? Are we in focus? I'm trying my best. Right, go. Focus on the hand. There you go. So this is a Seiko Chariot. These were released in 1982. And this is the watch that Steve Jobs wore. Well, obviously not literally this one, but this model. And he didn't just wear it like once or twice. He wore this, as far as I can tell, from 1982 till about 1987. This was his main watch through all of those years at Apple. And I really, really like this watch. Now, as you can see, it's quite small. It's got a quartz movement. Look at that second hand ticking there. See how it's jumping? Quartz basically means kind of cheap. It's battery powered, right? But there's a couple of things about this watch that I really like. The first thing that I like is, and forgive me channel members if I'm repeating this, you might find this interesting, you might not. But the first thing I like is it's a minimalist design. Look at it. It's the opposite of flashy. It's very simple. There's not lots and lots of things going on. Now that I think of it, pretty much all of the watches that I have are simple. Here's another. Simple, right? We don't want loads of little dials and all of that bullshit. It's a simple watch, right? Same with this one. That's this is a cheap one, but it's simple, you know. I like simple watches, right? So this is about as simple as you get. And the thing that I like about this one is not that it belonged to Steve Jobs or anything, although that's interesting. But this is a factory owner's watch. Said it before. It's a factory owner's watch. And what do I mean by that? Well, first of all, if you look at the outer bezel there, take a look at that design. You'll see that it almost looks like an iron porthole. It's got a kind of, almost a sort of industrial revolution thing going on. And then when you look at the face, it's outrageously simple. Now you imagine a guy like Steve Jobs. He must have been one of the most busy people ever. He would not have been able to wake up and brush his teeth without somebody asking for a meeting. And I can well imagine that he must have had distractions coming in from all directions. And my own visualization here is that he would have said to himself, I want a watch that's going to tell me the time, and that's it. I'm not interested in flashiness or showing off. Can we get it? I can't get it to focus. I'm not interested in any of that stuff. I just want clarity. Boom, boom. And that is what this watch gives you, clarity. I should sell watches for a living. Anyway, this is indeed the Steve Jobs watch. So anyway, it's just one of these strange things that I've found myself becoming interested in. I'd mentioned before, it's not that expensive. You wondering how much it is? Well, they're discontinued, but you can pick these up for about £300. I got this one for just under £300 on eBay. So you can pick them up for between I'll do the dollar conversion. You'll probably be able to get one for about $350. It's not that expensive, but they are discontinued. So you'll have to shop around. I got this one on eBay. But they're not that expensive. I don't have any really expensive watches, to be honest, because when you spend 4 years building an open source framework, and open source, of course, is a fancy way of saying working for free, or it's available for free. You do that and the wolves are at the door after a while. So even though I like watches and all of that lately, none of them are expensive. Yesterday I had this one on. I'll show you my watch collection, right? And I'll tell you the prices because they're so cheap, most of them. I had this one on yesterday, which is an oldie of mine. And again, it's really, really simple. I like simple watches. And this is, oh gee, what on earth is this one? This one is a Seconda. I've had this since the 90s. Value? Really, I've seen them online for 30 quid. I've seen them for even less. We'll call that one about $30. Here's a good one. Okay. My most expensive one is the one I've already showed you, which is this one, this Hamilton here. This is, anyway, it's probably not interesting. It's not that expensive though. That's a 500. I'll go with dollars watch. You can check out the workings at the back. Usually that's the giveaway, you know. If you can see all of the fanciness at the back, it means it's probably an expensive watch. In contrast to something like this. Do you see what I'm saying? Anyway. Here's one. I wonder if you can guess how much this one cost. Anybody? What do you reckon? Now it's not on right now, but what do we think of that one? Take a wild guess. Well, I showed somebody it last week. Maybe the guy was just humouring me. He says $3,000. It's not a $3,000 watch. It's £4.74, including postage. So that watch is less than the cost of a Big Mac meal, you know. What can I tell you? I'm the cheap watch connoisseur. I'd like to get some nice watches in the future. I've got my eye on a few nice watches, and I've also got my eye on a TV show that I'm interested in. I like the TV show The Equalizer, and I've been desperately trying to figure out what watch The Equalizer wore, and I haven't managed to figure it out yet. But I've got in touch with a YouTuber by the name of the Urban Gentry, who does videos about watches. He's just a complete watch fanatic, and he says he's going to help me, and together we're going to find out who, the watch type that the Equalizer wore. Nobody has covered this yet. Nobody knows. Speaking of helping people, I saw a nice little message on YouTube yesterday. Now, can you folks see the screen? Can you hear me? I haven't heard a word from anyone yet. I mean, you know, be nice if you let me know you were alive. Anyway, here's something that was good news that came in, kind of unrelated. So there's this channel by the name of Sycamore Blue, and this is somebody who worked in IT but has ALS, and thanks to the power of AI, her voice is back. Thank you very much. Her voice is back. Her name is Laura Jean, and this is her video. Thank you very much, Nick. And we must not brag about our charitable behaviour, but I might have played a role in helping that miracle to happen. Can I get away with saying that much? Anyway, this is why we must encourage AI. I'm an AI optimist, and the sooner we just unleash this stuff on the planet, the better, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, thank you, Nick. Nick M, I appreciate your comment. It's so good to have you here. And you can see that Nick has a star. That star is extremely significant because it means that Nick M is a channel member. This camera angle is garbage. I'm zoomed in too much and it's not widescreen. I don't know why it's not doing that. I have nice things here that you cannot see. Bit of a downer. I'll figure that out for next time. Anyway, thank you very much, Nick M. Good to have you here. And we have Ashish. You handsome devil, yeah? How on earth are you doing? It's good to see you here. Welcome. All right, so there you go. See? Popular, you know. These people could have gone anywhere on the planet Earth and they decided to show up here. Now, I think I'm going to say a couple of words about the French situation, or the situation in France. And I'm also going to say a few words about Twitter and YouTube and me and life and you. It's difficult for me at least, to suddenly come on and just start streaming and talking about code every day when the world is going up in flames. It just so happens that France is my favourite country on the planet called Earth. I love France. Been there lots of times. I'd like to live in France someday. I think it's inevitable that I might if I can. But unfortunately, France is having some challenges. You can see it's trending on Twitter here, and I've just clicked this. It's just mad, you know. I'm sure you've seen all of this. Anyway, it's a really, really bad situation. It's funny that this Macron guy comes up because, as far as I can tell, this is the weakest leader possibly in European history. He appeared and blamed video games, ladies and gentlemen. He blamed video games. And as these riots were all happening, as his country was going up in flames, he was at an Elton John concert. I mean, well, I think that the incompetence of Macron is beyond a joke. And I know that there's a lot of people on YouTube, well, not YouTube, Twitter at the moment, and they're blaming Muslim immigrants, and they're blaming politicians, and some are talking about, you know, left wing, right wing, and all of that stuff. Let me give you my own theory about this. I actually don't blame Muslim immigrants, because I see them as being pawns in this game. If I lived in one of those really backwards, poor countries, and there's no economy or anything, can you blame them? If Europe says, "In you come," can you blame them for heading over? I would probably head over if I was one of them. I don't blame them. And when they arrive here and they discover that, well, I say here, meaning when they arrive in Europe, and they discover that it actually Pamela Anderson is nowhere to be seen. Turns out that it's not entirely like the Baywatch movies. And basically it turns out that they've got nothing but time. Can you blame them? And when they see a cop, as happened, shoot some 17-year-old, can you blame them? Let me be clear. I'm not in any way defending the rioting or anything. In fact, some were saying this is going to come to the UK. I'll make you this promise. If that ever comes here, I don't know about the rest of the UK, But if that stuff ever came to Glasgow, we would have it dealt with in one afternoon. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Do any of you remember they tried the terrorist attack at Glasgow Airport? Everybody just beat the shit out of them. That's how we work here. And I guarantee, if that shit takes off in this neighbourhood, you can go talk on Twitter and say blah, 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 blah. I, along with my fellow citizens, will be out there dealing with that type of shit. I guarantee that. You can take it to the bank. So, I want to be very clear. I do not in any way support these riots. There is no justification. And I think it's quite obvious that whatever happened with this 17-year-old who, let's be factual, I saw the video, he was pulled over by the cops. A cop holds a rifle at his head, which who knows why. But then as they're talking with this presumably some sort of police stop, the driver then takes off. But instead of having a police chase or something, the cop just shoots the dude in the noggin. That's what happened. Quite frankly, it was pretty darn stupid of the driver. Maybe I should do a video on the merits of not trying to drive away when somebody's holding a gun at your head. Nevertheless, the policeman's actions were utterly disgraceful, completely. And he has to face the full wrath of the law, which I'm sure he will. But that situation was clearly the spark that ignited the powder keg. And I mean, everybody can see that, right? This situation in France has been building up for years and years and years. And I'm going to give you my theory about what's going on, and it's a theory that you've not heard anywhere. Some are saying, politicians like, for example, Nicola Sturgeon in Scotland was saying, you know, we need to import as many people as you want. You've seen people say, import the third world, become the third world, right? So the classic response, the textbook kind of all immigrants are welcome thing, goes like this. It says, we have an aging population. People are getting older and older and older, and very soon there will not be enough people in the workplace to keep all of this going, because there won't be enough people earning. And there will not be people to clean the streets and pick fruit and work in factories and, pardon me, one of the watches going off. There won't be enough people to do all of that stuff. And we need people to do all of that stuff. And for that reason, we should welcome anyone who wants to come, you know, to the West, to some rich country. We should welcome them with open arms, because it makes good economic sense because of aging population. That's the argument. It's actually a logical argument, you know. The problem is, there's a key variable that this argument does not take into account. You see, the very people who are giving us the aging population argument 1 week are giving us the AI is going to steal all of the jobs argument the next week. Do you see what I'm saying? So on the one hand, we need to throw open our doors and welcome anyone in from, you know, some, let's just say, economically challenged country. We need to welcome them in without condition and without limit. Anything else, you're a racist. And we need to do it because, you know, we need people to work in the factories and blah, 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 blah. But AI is going to take all of the jobs. Folks, it does not make any sense. It does not make any sense. Now, for a while, this is what I used to think up until about a year ago, but I've changed my opinion. But I'm going to tell you what I used to believe, right? Then I'm giving you the new DC version of the planet Earth. I used to believe the following. I used to believe that parties that were on the left had this sort of strange policy that they're going to be really, really pro-immigration, and you're far too intelligent to be patronized with the nuances of immigration thing. We all know that there's a huge difference between somebody who comes in and is, let's say, a trained doctor, or who knows, a watchmaker who comes in who learned his craft in Switzerland. There's a difference between that guy and some whack job from who knows where. We get that. But the thought that I had was they must be importing them because they know that if they import them, that's more voters, which is going to ultimately guarantee that they're in power indefinitely. And I saw video footage of Obama. I actually saw the footage and he was saying, everybody go and vote, even if you're a refugee, whatever your status is, just turn up and vote anyway. Which I think is an outrage. But in any event, up until about a year ago, if you had asked me, my belief would be that this whole policy that is happening wholesale and across places like Europe and America, it must be just to keep politicians in power because it's more votes for them. But now I've changed my mind. Now I don't think it's that. Now, this is what I believe. I don't think that there is any economic justification whatsoever for having an open door policy with regards to immigration. I've probably already had thumbs downs for saying that. I don't care. My core beliefs are unshakable. I believe that all people are created equally. I believe that everybody should have an opportunity to have a prosperous life. And I believe in the value of life and compassion. These things are unshakable. But nevertheless, those politicians that take on board and endorse these policies of just unconditionally, let's open the doors, who cares about background checks or languages or the implications for education, implications for health care, implications for everything, transport, everything, even sewage. Let's not care about any of that. Let's just bring them all in. That has no economic benefit whatsoever at all, especially for, let's just say, those who are in the receiving countries. But also, I think it's massively damaging for the donor countries. And I'm not the first to say that. But when everybody who is industrious moves out, what does that do for the poor country that is now left with the hanger-oners, the dregs? So everybody loses here. So my own premise, which you're welcome to disagree with, I will not blame you if you disagree. Maybe I'm wrong. But sitting here today, I cannot see any economic benefit whatsoever to the open door policy. I've just had a message on Twitter. Yeah, I cannot see any benefit from that at all. Now, actually, give me a little moment here. I might see if I can get this person on. So why do they do this? Why do they do this? Why is the world going up in flames and all of that? Here's the big old theory, and this is what we're building up to. The reason why France is on fire, the reason why everybody's at each other's throats, the reason why I have lost subscribers because of saying the types of things I've said here, the reason why all of this is happening is because somebody out there thinks this is funny. Really. It's, pardon all of the bleeps, it's me. Somebody... can I just focus on this message? It's from 11 Labs. Wow. I'm going to see if I can get them on the live stream. Hang on. They've just made an offer. I'll tell you about it in a moment. I'm going to try and get them on the live stream. Anyway, to finish with my insane theory, and I'm not really a political guy, I think somebody's having a laugh. I think the planet is being run by a bunch of satanistic, child-sacrificing pedos. And I think that all of this chaos is just light entertainment for them. I think they love it when we fight with each other. I think it's no accident that all of the elections in recent years, the winner, the difference between first and second place is a tiny, tiny gap. This is textbook divide and conquer. And somewhere out there, there's a bunch of elites, I'll do that, sitting with a big old bag of popcorn. They're watching all of this and they are laughing. I really, really believe that. So if you want to know what's going on the planet Earth, my answer is pretty simple. I think that the planet is being ran by a bunch of Satanist, child-sacrificing pedos. And I think that they find it very entertaining when the rest of us all fight among ourselves. That's it. That's all I have for you. Anyway, I've just invited them on. Okay, thanks. Unfortunately, we're hard at the moment in transit. All right, one moment. We'll be happy to support and further grant free credits and in the future early access to the technology. Well, right, I'm just going to, I'll tell you what, can you see my screen? Maybe I should just show you the screen. I don't think it does any harm for me to show you the screen. Let's do this. You can see what I'm up against, and my watch is gone again. Oh, that's really great. If you'd like to come on to yeah, we'll go with that. All right. Hopefully there was no typos there. Yeah, so basically, could you see the screen? Yeah, I have a secret that I don't talk about much, and the secret is that I like to help people. That's right. I like to help people, and I don't want to. I really don't want to. Especially the disabled. Oh man, I don't want anything to do with them, with all of their problems. But strangely enough, that universe is just pulling me in like a big magnet or something, you know. And sometimes you don't choose these things. Sometimes life just throws stuff like that your direction, you know. So yeah, there we go. Anyway, they've said they might come on. I'll show you the screen again. All right. Well, I'm right here if you need me. Once again, I'll I'm not sure if she has your email address. If you want me to pass that along, then do let me know. All right. I mean, there's no real reason for me to be the middleman in this conversation. My work is done, you know. My work is done. So basically, I had I had the story is this. In case you're wondering, I was watching a lot of guitar videos. This watch is killing me. It keeps going off. Which one is it? I've got about 10 watches in front of me here. Oh, gee. Yeah, so I watch a lot of guitar videos on YouTube, and one of the channels that I watch, the guy got ALS. It's a neurological disease that affects how, it affects motor movement. It's actually the same thing that Stephen Hawking's had. And when you get this, you've usually got a life expectancy of 2 to 3 years. And sadly, the guitar channel guy, his channel's called China Guitar Skeptic. And what happened with him is that he was doing YouTube videos, and people noticed that he sounded a little bit slurred in some of his videos. And somebody cracked a joke and said, "Hey, are you drunk?" You know. Unfortunately, this was the early signs of the disease, and it progressed rapidly, and he died about 2-3 months ago. And it really, really rattled me. I never knew the guy personally, but I followed his channel, you know. I enjoyed his guitar reviews. And so I learned about this ALS. I went on a little crusade, and eventually I discovered a few things that were interesting. And I stumbled upon this channel by the name of Sycamore Blue. You can look it up on YouTube. And I noticed that she had this ALS as well, and she had lost her voice and progressively lost movement and everything. She's now a quadriplegic. But I figured, bizarrely, maybe we can use AI here. And I thought to myself, and it was strange, because as I was looking at the YouTube, it's funny how this stuff just finds you, you know, you don't go looking for it. I wasn't looking for it. I was on the China Guitar Skeptic channel, and I'm like, oh, it's really sad, it's so sad, blah, 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 blah. One person had left a comment saying you should go and see Sycamore Blue. I thought Sycamore Blue. I thought Sycamore Blue was a band. You know, a music band, because it's a guitar channel. And I look up Sycamore Blue and I see this gal, and she's married and all of that, right? Happily married, kids and everything. Lives somewhere in America. I could not point to within 1,000 miles of where she lives on a map. But nevertheless, I see that this person has gone full Stephen Hawking's. You know, the robot voice and everything. And I was really gutted at the time. And I thought, you know what? Not this time. And so I just said, you know, I actually got in touch with her. And I said, I know that we're not supposed to give false hope and optimism and all of that. I get that. And I know that the world of terminal illness is full of crooks. There's people right now, videos, and you can see people saying, do you have ALS? Come to Mexico. We'll inject you with stem cells and you'll be fine. Ding, 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 ding. Just fill out the easy payment form and we'll be glad to book you in. That kind of stuff is online. So we must be cautious. We must be somewhat conservative. We should never make promises that cannot be kept. But I said, you know what? Based on what I've learned about AI, we stand at the precipice of a healthcare revolution. I think that within the next 10 to 20 years, and by the way, if you want to make it 10 years, do you want to make it 20 years? Well, if the whole thing becomes really, really heavily regulated, it's going to be 20 years. If not, 10 years. And I believe that in the next 10 years, you're going to see cures for pretty much every illness known to humanity. Because if you take a watch, for example, right? You take a watch. Now, when I look at this, I don't really know what's going on. I mean, I've got a rough idea, right? You see this big part here at the bottom that swings about? The idea of that part is that when you move, it winds up the watch. I mean, what else can we say? I'm kind of running out of ideas, to be honest, at that point. However, there are people out there who know watches. They know what every single little cog does, and there's about 79 of them in this, little wheels, you know. They know watches. And when you know watches, you can fix anything. You can fix any watch. Think about the game Noughts and Crosses, right? If you and I played Noughts and Crosses, you know, the little crosses and the zeros, right? Here's what would happen. The first few games, it would be anybody's guess who wins. Maybe you'll win, maybe I'll win, maybe we'll have a draw. After about 4 or 5 games, because you're an intelligent bunch, after 4 or 5 games of playing the game of Noughts and Crosses, you would soon realise that there is a system that can make you invincible at this game. The system involves you make your first move a corner move, by the way. I won't go into it all. But the point is you can actually be invincible at that game. So you can know the game of Noughts and Crosses. I think that within the next 10 to 20 years, with AI, we are going to know biology. We're going to know it. Like somebody who knows the games of Noughts and Crosses, like the watchmaker who understands the watch. That's coming up. And at the moment when we know that, there will be cures, I believe, for everything. Pretty much. I'm an optimist. Now, as far as the ALS sufferers go and people in that situation, all we have to do is make them as comfortable as possible. And I said to her, look, I know I'm not in a position to give any advice, but if I was going to give advice, my advice would be just get into the groove. Get into the groove. Take the advice of that great philosopher Madonna. Get into the groove, for you've got to prove your love to me. That would be my advice. Just get into the groove, right? And the main causes of death for people with ALS are respiratory. Their lungs stop working, and sometimes they'll get infection, or they cannot even swallow their own saliva. It's a desperate situation. However, we have machines that can breathe. We have methods of clearing out the throat and so on. We've kind of got that stuff figured out. So all we have to do is just keep them going for that 10, 20 year period, and then medical revolution, oh hallelujah. And so I decided that how can we make their, let's say, waiting period as pleasant as possible? Well, one of the ways is we can give them their voice back, you know? So I looked at some of her old videos where her voice is perfect and she's in good health, singing songs and everything. And then I looked at the new videos, and you know, you'll see for yourself because I'm going to play this actually. So I looked at both of those things, and then I thought, right, I'm going to find the best voice expert in the world, and I'm going to do something here. So I did some research. Eventually I found the Michael Jordan of voice technology. He's a guy from Poland who's actually one of the co-founders of 11 Labs. 11 Labs have just secured an investment of $1 gazillion. And they really are the best in the world at this. So I got in touch with them, and then I managed to clone, her name's Laura Jean. I managed to clone her voice. I got her permission, by the way. I said, would you be okay with this? She said, absolutely. And I think I'm going to play the result, if that's okay, because it's a beautiful, beautiful video. I have not published this. I'm not going to publish it. It's a private video. In fact, there's only a very, very few people who have seen this. But I'm going to give it to you as a little treat, just to kind of show you the power of AI and the good side of AI. Now, just before we play the video, I'll give you a little summary of what you're about to see, because it's a bit confusing, and one of the reasons why I'm not playing the video or publishing it anywhere else apart from maybe in this little bit here, that nobody's going to watch this, right? If you got this far, I'm impressed. But I am going to explain what's going to happen with the video here. So basically, you can see, first of all, it's an unlisted video. You can see some of the channels I watch over here, by the way. Yeah, Patrick Bet David's got a good channel, hasn't he? Anyway, so it's an unlisted video. There's only a few people who've seen it, and I'm not going to publish it. Now, the way that the video works is we start off with somebody in a hospital bed, and I think it's safe to say a robot voice, clearly in a bad condition. And I wanted to give people a comparison of the before and after. So there's a moment where you hear the robot voice, and I'm doing all of these stupid balloons here where I'm sort of trying to offer commentary, but then it snaps into her normal voice, and you'll hear that suddenly you can hear her reading her own poetry. She's written poetry. You can hear her talking about other things. It's only a couple of minutes, 2-3 minutes. And then as she's talking in her normal voice, I went to her history on YouTube, and I looked at all of her videos. And as I start scrolling down, you see her health gradually comes back in the little thumbnails on YouTube, you know? And I had this crazy idea. The visual I was trying to get, as I'm going all George Lucas here, was it was supposed to be like a healing process, you know? And then at the very end, it cuts to a shot where she's in full health and she's in the park, and I just took a little sentence and it was like, there you go. Now that clip was recorded probably about 3 years ago. And I don't know what I was playing at. I think I was trying to just inspire possibility or something. Do you know what I mean? But I think the video was misunderstood because I played it to 1 or 2 family members and they were like, what, is that her cured? And I was like, no, it was just a montage. Oh, never. Okay, forget it. So this is one of the reasons why I haven't published the thing. But I'll show you it right now. And here it is, a special world exclusive just for you. Here we go.
Happy February, friends and family. I have a fun optional task for you this time. I miss food. I miss it a lot. I would love to enjoy a meal vicariously through you. So if you enjoy eating one of the following foods, please do so and then tell me about it. Yum. Food. Okay, are you ready?
Eggs. Easy over. Earl Grey tea with milk and sugar. A heavily buttered piece of toast with a slight smear of Vegemite on top. A rack of barbecued baby back ribs. Creamed spinach. Coffee ice cream. A rare small juicy steak. Pan-fried zucchini and yellow squash. A pulled pork sandwich. Crab cakes with Old Bay seasoning. A meat pie. Guacamole and tortilla chips. Pickles. Bananas flambe. Chicken drumsticks. Stir fry. A small glass of port, Swiss chard, yum, yum, yum. If you want to pick one and savor it in my honor. Food is good, isn't it? One sole bloom on broken stalk, displayed where passers-by walk. The loss and the gain, the joys and the pain. Voiceless to the void I talk. I am busy while at rest, ensconced in a big black nest. And from my black birth, thoughts traverse the earth. I am both broken and blessed. Hello, this is a test. This is not Sycamore Blue and this is not Laura Jane. The voice you're hearing has been generated using AI. Let me say a word without an exclamation mark. Hello, and once more, hello. Okay, now I'm going to use an exclamation mark to see how it affects the tone. Hello, and again, hello. Finally, I'm going to use all capital letters, just out of curiosity more than anything else. So, hello, hello. Thank you for listening. I just wanted to explain. Life's hard, but I also believe life is very good and that there is purpose in it. So, everybody else, you get to listen to our conversation, and I hope you enjoyed that.
All right, well, there you have it. So I don't even know if that came through properly, if the sound was okay and everything. And I apologize for my phone going crazy here. But that was the video. Now, I'll say a couple more things about this. Thank you for the likes there. I really appreciate it. I'll say a couple more words about the ALS situation that I completely do not want to get involved with. But But like I say, these things just sometimes suck you in, you know, and you haven't, like, who knows? You don't even have a choice, you know what I mean? So I just wanted to say a couple more words about this before we move on and code. You know, it's staggering. She's one of us, by the way. She worked in IT. And that could be you. You never know. In a year or two. And one of the things I can tell you is that she used to like using Apple products. The fool. But she used to like using Apple Macs and stuff like that. But when this all kicked off, this ALS thing, turns out that there's not any Apple products for people in that situation. In fact, it turns out that the best software that you can get for, and they have to use software to let you know how it works. The one physical functionality that they retain is their eye movement. So it turns out that you can get this technology that involves having a camera pointing at the eyeball, looking at a screen, and they can configure it so that it tracks the movement of the eyeball. This is how she's able to write. She's recently written a book, actually, and it's due for release soon, right? So they track, and this is how they can type and talk. It's an incredible technology. However, there's only one company doing this, and their software is really not reliable. She told me that the software crashes on average 11 times per day. So imagine you're looking at this tablet, not an iPad, just some Samsung tablet or something, and it's your only communication with the outside world, and the darn thing crashes 11 times per day. Full system reset required. Not only that, but the equipment costs fortunes. I mean, I had a look at, I'm sure it's over $10,000 a pop. And I don't think the software is very good. It's certainly not very reliable. Now, she had said to me that one of her biggest challenges is that sometimes in the middle of the night, doesn't happen much as far as I can tell, but sometimes in the middle of the night, people who have ALS at an advanced level, they might have some breathing issue that appears, or something happens. Breathing's the big issue. And it could be something really simple that can be fixed in half a minute. But in the middle of the night, they've got nobody to talk to. They've no way of communicating, and all they can do is just say, holy moly, my throat's blocked, am I going to die? This is as far as I can tell, one of the big problems that they've got, and it causes a lot of anxiety. And so she said to me that, you know, if you could build an app, let's say on a phone, little phone app, and have it just sit above the screen where the iPad is, let's say, or whatever, the tablet that does the main communication, says if you could just have a little phone there, maybe 6 inches above the screen, right? And if something goes wrong, or some in the middle of the night, let's say, there's some problem. She says, if I could just look at this and then have, because she can only move her eyes, but then have confirmation, are you okay? Is this, do you need help? And then you go again, confirmed, and then alarm goes off. That simple app would probably save lives, and it would certainly alleviate a lot of anxiety, and nobody has built it yet. Nobody has built it. If you went to any iPhone device, I don't know how to build it, I'm a web developer. But if you went to any iPhone developer worth their salt, they could probably build that in a few weeks' time. And it would be absolutely game-changing. All they need is a thing that looks at their eye, they look at it, is it an emergency, and a little alarm. You do that, Suddenly you're saving lives and sparing these people with ALS from a whole lot of anxiety, which is a huge problem for them. Now, like I say, I do not, unfortunately, know how to build that. But I don't need to know how to build it, because I managed to get the Michael Jordan of voice on board. And that was cool. So maybe the next step is to figure out if we can have that technology built as well. And I would like to, you know, I'm kind of busy with Trongate, but I would really like to see a movement of developers for health, you know, because the healthcare industry has been hijacked by Big Pharma. I no longer trust what they're putting out. I no longer believe them. If anybody tries to jab me or do a vaccine or anything on me, I'm just not letting them do it. Now you can do whatever you want. I'm not here to preach anything. But what I do know is that I have a family member who had heart failure after getting the vaccine. And my family member is not some statistic nor a conspiracy theory. It happened. And that's all the information I need. And we can thank Pfizer for that, by the way. Now, you can do whatever you want, but I don't trust I think that the Big Pharma have hijacked healthcare completely. And not only that, but there's a whole bunch of things. I mean, the progress that has been made with regards to things like ALS is absolutely underwhelming. Do you remember the ice bucket challenge? Do you remember all of that? The ice bucket challenge? Yay, through ice. Well, what became of that? I believe it took in a couple of 100 million. And what have we got for it? Where's the progress? Let's face it, the whole thing came and went like that. A few people got rich. That is charity. I don't like charity, actually. But I do like web development. And where the healthcare industry fails, web developers shall succeed. We web developers, you know, I've said it before, and forgive me if I'm repeating myself a little bit, but we are a very strange bunch. Somebody who comes from a medical background, they will have some thing they'll hear about, some affliction, or somebody's deaf, somebody's lost their sight or whatever, and a healthcare professional, a doctor, for example, will say, well, you're out of luck. But we IT people, we do not take no for an answer. In fact, we run towards the impossible. That's right. You think about all of the stuff that Elon and his team have made. Think about people like Steve Jobs. People like that, they don't take no for an answer. They love the challenge. And I'll tell you something. If we could take that developer mindset and apply it to healthcare, hang on to your hat. I think it might even be possible to stop people from dying. I think that's a line from Revenge of the Sith, but I actually think maybe we could. Then again, that opens up a whole new conversation. Would you want to? Okay, fair enough. But the point is that I think that we do stand at the precipice of a sort of healthcare revolution. And the key to making all of this happen is us. It's the developers. And I think that we should get involved, you know. You don't need to pay money or stand with a stupid bucket throwing ice over your head or any of that bullshit. Your money's no good. What people need is your intellect. We need that spirit, you know, the web developer spirit, because we are the crazy ones. I love the poem. Steve Jobs stole it from somebody. What was the guy's name? Begins with R. Anyway, it's the one, here's to the crazy ones. I think that might be my favourite little poem ever. And I had to switch my phone off because I kept getting bleeps. But let's just remind ourselves of those great words of wisdom. I love it. I'm not able to play the video, I think, or I'll get blocked. But let's just read this one together. It's the nearest you'll get to a little prayer session from me here. So let's do this together. This shitty accent of mine is no good for poetry. I had no choice. I just appeared here. But here we go. Here's to the crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the round pegs in the square holes, the ones who see things differently. They're not fond of rules, and they have no respect for the status quo. You can quote them, disagree with them, glorify or vilify them. About the only thing you can't do is ignore them, because they change things. They push the human race forward. And while some see them as the crazy ones, we see genius, because the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do. Thank you very much indeed. So anyway, I was really depressed when I saw the ones who change the world. There are certain words that are problematic to people with a Glaswegian accent, and that's one of them. Another is W-A-T-E-R. W-A-W-A-T-E-R. Can you say that word? Can you say that word? I have problems with that word, because I can either say, give me a glass of water. Water? Okay, say your T's. Give me a glass of water. Give me a glass of water. I'll have a little cup of water. That's alright. I'd probably go with that if I was on YouTube. But of course, that's betraying my accent, because my real accent, which you never get to hear, would say, "Gi's a glass of water. Gi's a glass of water." Water, water. And if you add a T, water. Now you sound like the school teacher from the Pink Floyd video. Get on with your work. How can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat? So there are certain words, you know, that are problems for guys like me, and I hope you'll forgive me for that. Anyway, tune in next week and I'll have more conversations about me. In the meantime, let's talk about you. I'd like to say an ahoy to Ashish Nikem. We have Ragnar. New name. Ding, 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 ding. Tony Green is here. How you doing, Tony? Still looking forward to getting my hands on the new CMS. Let's work on that today. We have Chris here, who says social media is all about effing up mental health. It probably is. And the great Jitinder Singh. Is that the Jitinder Singh who is doing the incredible app with all of those icons and stuff? The mobile app. How are you doing? Good to see you and welcome. Anyway, I'm going to do a little bit of coding. So that's, if you thought that things were boring up until now, you ain't seen nothing yet. We are going to do a little bit of coding, folks. And I'm going to work on this never-ending CMS, which unfortunately needs a bit of work. So let me just open up my stuff here, if I can. And I'll probably do about 3 hours, which isn't much. Let's see, 1, 3. I'll maybe do 3 or 4 hours, okay? Again, for some of you, that's a lot, but for the web developer extraordinaire, that's a light coding session. Do you hear me, people? And there is no reason whatsoever for my voice sounding slightly angry. But in any event, here's the content management system. I'm in the middle of a refactor because the code that I did on the video demo was a little bit of a dog's dinner. But if I say create new article, and then I'll just say dig my web page, and then hit submit. Here we are. Okay. Some of you may recognize this. So of course we can add headlines, we can add text, we can save all of that stuff here. We can do a code view. The code view is really cool because the code view beautifies stuff. I'll show you what I mean. If I do this with this over here, okay, so here is a paragraph. Now, supposing we do a paragraph, then I'll do one of those lists, but I'll mess it up. I'll do the li here. I'll say 1, and then let's do a new line, and we'll do another one here. 2. Do you see how I'm messing it all up? And then let's just really confuse things, and we'll do one over here with li3, and let's even do let's do a 4th one here. You will agree, I'm sure, that this is not nicely formatted, right? I mean, look at it. It's all over the place. Well, we can update the page content. There's our little list. But if I click on code view again, you miserable swine. Well, at least it kind of formatted it. Do I have to do this? Maybe this needs a bit of work, actually. What can you do? What can you do? Right, let's try again. Right, here we go. So, messed up code. Now we're going to go like this. Okay, so it doesn't seem to do new lines. Alright, it's close enough for me. So we've got that. We've got the ability to save pages. We've got the ability to delete pages. We can move the position of the doc anywhere you want. And that's that. Now, before I forget, I should put the I just thought of something there. I gave a whole little rant about the ALS stuff, and I think I should probably leave a link to her channel if that's okay with you folks. So let me just do that if I may, because I think it's probably worth doing, you know. So I'm just going to chuck that channel in the thing, and I'm just going to ask you there it is right there in the chat box. I'm just going to ask if you folks could, if you could, it would be great if you could just, you know, head over and leave a little comment or a thumbs up or something. Just, you know, let's leave something positive. It'd be a nice way to start the weekend, you know. So I've left that link on the page for anyone who's interested. And just when you think that life could not get any more exciting, here comes the godfather of speed coding himself. Simon is here in full formation, and how on earth are you doing, Simon? I have to apologise for sort of not being in touch. Simon and I usually check in with each other on Skype once or twice a week, and we haven't done it for a while. So I hope you're doing well. It's really good to see you here, and we appreciate everything you're doing, you know. Simon pretty much, does a lot of the brainy stuff, you know, and helps people with problems and things like that. He's kind of like our version of the equalizer, if you know what I mean. So it's good to see you, Simon, and same goes for everyone else, of course. We're all equals here. So this is the situation that our CMS is in. I'm going to do a launch video hopefully on Tuesday. However, give me a minute. It's all right. I thought I had flooded the kitchen there again, but we're okay. So anyway, I'm going to try and see if I can finish this thing by Tuesday, and hopefully. And I think the best thing to do is just to get cracking with this. So let's do that. I'll stick on a wee bit of music, you know, and whatever you're working on, I hope that it's syntax error free. And remember, folks, you don't have to code alone. I think this is probably a good time to plug the channel. Yes, indeed, there is now a members facility available, and I think it's $5 a month. And you can come along and code with myself and the rest of the gang. And we have a few of them here on board. When you see somebody with a star, there's Simon there, or Dafa rather. I'll say Simon and Dafa as if you're two people and I'm really popular. So Simon, Dafa, you can see Chris, Nick, M. Yes, they are very superior, but you too can join the superior ones. It's $5 a month, and you never have to code alone. Coding alone is depressing. Sometimes it's good just to have a friendly voice coding along with you. And, you know, I don't want to turn myself into a technical support powerhouse, but sometimes people, if they have a little technical question or whatever, they can ask. And, you know, it's nice to be around people who are doing the same thing as you. So please do consider becoming a channel member, because we need all the help that we can get, especially me. All right, so this is from the relaxed movement. I will leave the link in the description here, as is the tradition when we play music. Here comes Christian. He's another channel member. It's Ahoy, Christian. Nice to see you, man. I'm really glad to see you here, and I hope the weather's good wherever you are and everything's okay. Very good to see you. That was the music, by the way. I should say that was the music. We're giving cred. We're doing the right thing. And there it is. So, shall we dance? Oh, people, do you hear me? Yes, we shall. Yes, we shall. So, let's do this. Now, by the way, I think this is going to take me 3 days if I'm lucky. So I'm not expecting to finish the darn thing here. But we'll do our best, all right? Here we go. Go. All right, then, here we go. So, I'm going to take a closer look at this image uploading facility. it needs a little bit of work, and before I get going, I'm just going to quickly show you where we are with this. In fact, let me do this right now. So we've got, are those levels all right? All right. So we've got this little add feature here, and we can choose image, and it gives us this. The idea from here, now what's the best looking picture here? So you go like this, and then you add to your page like that. Okay, that's pretty much it. But it does need a little bit of work actually, because I've taken a lot of the code out, and we are going to refactor. Now I've got a new trick, by the way, and the new trick is that when I'm bringing in old code, I use a different editor, because the amount of times that I've worked on an old site and you save the wrong thing and all that, and it's horrible, it's just confusion. So this is a refactor, and the old site is going to be on this Atom text editor with its light color theme, you know. So let's bring up the image manager here. There we go. And I'm going to start with the upload image process. So when we go like this, and I'll bring up the JavaScript inspector here. I'm going to click add new image, and you can see that it's calling upon tg init upload pic. So we're going to look for tg init upload pic. Here it is, and we'll just copy that, and then there's a whole lot of JavaScript that makes this work, you know. But there we go, and if I do all of this stuff, okay, this is probably not going to work, but it'll maybe get us out of the starting blocks, right? So here we go. I'm going to add new image, and it says build insert image form is not defined. Okay, so here we go. Copy this. Some of the code that I had was really good and does not need refactored. Maybe a few tweaks, but it's not too bad, you know. And I think that's where we are here. So it's something like this, and just looking at the code. Okay, so TV hyphen. When you you know, I don't want to sound arrogant here, but when you see me looking at code like that, and if you watch the video back the last few seconds, you'd all be forgiven for thinking I'm a genius, because I go in and I'm just like, okay, pick a line and then tweak it. Let me tell you what the web developer extraordinaire is thinking when I do these apparently superhuman things. I'm not reading the code. I am feeling the code. That's right. Like a blind man at an orgy, I'm feeling my way around, you know. And somebody got in touch with me yesterday, and he had a problem with a templating system. And he says, oh, can you help? I've got this templating system, beautiful site, but he couldn't get the templating system working right. And he showed me his code, and it was a themes file. Now the themes directory for Trongate looks like this. Here it is, right? It's a very simple file, right? So he shows me his themes file, and it's all ifs and elses and nested this and that and tons of just horrible stuff, you know. It's just a mess. And he says, I've been working on this. I'm trying to get a different headline here. I'm trying to get a different... How do you do it? And I says, look, here's what you do. I says, don't read the code. Feel the code. Now, I don't know if it was some cultural thing or something. He was from India. I think about 70% of the subscribers are from India, you know. But I think he struggled with that for a minute. Like, what the heck does that mean? And I said, look, just work with me. Don't read it. Feel it, right? I says, how does the code make you feel? And he was like, well, there's an error. I says, no, forget the error. How does it make you feel? He says, well, it's kind of confusing. I says, right, so you feel confused. Right. How else does it make you feel? He says, well, I'm stressed. I've got a deadline and that. I said, fine. I said, so that's how this code makes you feel? He said, that's right. I said, okay. So here's what to do. Delete the whole file. He deleted it, and then we started it again from scratch. And it took me about 5 minutes. And in that 5 minutes, I'll show you exactly what we did. It turns out that he needed 3 themes. I said, okay. I talked him through it on Skype. I could see his screen. I said, do that. And then here we've got, let's just call it the first theme. And here we've got the second theme. There you go. And that was pretty much it. A couple of other tweaks, and then I said, okay, how does that make you feel? And he was like, that's really simple. I said, okay, go run the app. Now I think we had a syntax error, but with that aside, it worked, you know? And so the moral of the story is that you, listening, have an inner genius. You are the greatest developer on earth. That's right. And you would be amazed at how much your coding will improve if you learn to listen to your inner genius. So when you see me doing these live streams and you see me going like this and kind of going, okay, and then I'll change a line, like I'm saying anything here. Try to see if there's one. Even this, how does that make me feel? Doesn't make me feel good. Take it out. You listen to the inner genius, people. That's it. That's all you get from this live stream. Then I have done a great job. I've truly earned at least 2 thumbs ups for that. Come on. Anyway, it's Ahoy to Christian. Did I tell you Christian's here? We have a whole bunch of people here, don't you know? Whole bunch of people. Some of you might look at the screen and say, he's only got 9 viewers. Are you kidding? I had 7 viewers an hour ago. The way things are going, another few years, I'll be more popular than Traversy or Steph Mischuk or anybody. Any of them. Okay. So let's do this. Right, so we're going to deal with the business of adding an image. And of course, the key vibe is listen to your inner genius. We must always listen to our inner genius, right? You can see that choose image button there looks garbage. Doesn't it look rubbish? So the question I have is, did it always look that bad? I'm going to go back to the Trongate pages for which I did the YouTube demo. This is it here. And I'm curious. Can you believe it? There it is. That was the YouTube thing. I never even knew it. So it does look bad. Therefore, let's see if we can fix this thing. Now I can see that we've got a little div here. And I can see that the button says choose image. Choose image is kind of a unique phrase. So I'm going to search for choose image, and there it is right there. Now, there you go. It's part of this button here, right? And this gets added to this left hand side div. So we can say left hand side div dot style dot margin top equals 1m. Keep an eye on the choose thing button. Yeah, that's alright, you know. That's alright. Although, having said that, I am a perfectionist. I think that 0.6m might be even better. So here we go. We're adding in an image. Perfect. That's what we're talking about. Alright. Now, we've got an option to go back. And I think that works. Again, I want to just be absolutely sure. So I'm looking for the bit that says go back, and when that's running you can see that it's calling restart image adder. I think that's perfect. Okay, so we've got a nice little start out of the blocks here. The next thing I'm going to do is one of the scariest things that you can do when you have a YouTube channel and you live stream. And that is these choose image buttons. Now, you know what I'm talking about, right? My lady Wonder Wench is from France. And let's just say that when it's the summertime, they like to have an all over body tan, you know? An all over tan. Do you know what I'm saying? When they go to the beach. And the other week I was doing a live stream. It was for the channel members, and I was like, okay, choose a picture. And I'm like, oh, where's the pictures? And I navigated and stumbled upon some holiday pictures from the beach in France. That's right. That's right. And I think it's safe to say those who are watching got their channel memberships money's worth during that stream. And I was just like, holy moly. I mean, it was a complete accident. I deleted it. I'm a decent and honourable person here, you know. And I suppose there could have been worse things, right? But in any event, these are the things that happen sometimes. Do you know I've done live streams? 2, actually. Not 1, 2. Where I've finished the live stream and then just left my computer on the whole day and I never even knew it. That, I haven't done it for about a year. But I did do that twice. And I remember... oh, jeez, I can think of some of the embarrassing things. One time I left it running for 15 hours and it was on the public YouTube thing. Now imagine that. Think about all of the stuff you get up to on your computer. I'm looking at you, you know. Think about everything. And imagine that just live streaming on your YouTube channel for 15 hours. That's right. Thank heavens I'm not very popular. Anyway, what can you do? So let's do this very scary choose image button here, which does have me a little bit nervous. And you never know. I think there are a few interesting beach pictures here. So you just never know what you might see on this old computer, don't you know? And if that's not a motivation for becoming a channel member, then I don't know what is. And here comes Ragnar Kalom. Ragnar Kalom. You know that there is hope on the planet called Earth when Ragnar Kalom shows up. How on earth are you doing? He says, found this channel today and love it. Well, we love you, man. And I really appreciate that energy. Folks, those of you who are here, can we just type in a little RK in appreciation of Ragnar Kalom? Because we love people who spread positive energy. Forgive me if I'm going all Tony Robbins on you. I'm going to type a little RK for you here. And let's welcome Ragnar Kalom. That's the kind of people we are. Thank you, man or gal. I appreciate it. Alright. So, moving on. Right, what we're doing? We're doing our add button thing. You can see that it's looking for a thing called choose image file. So here we go, choose image file. Now, because I am the web developer extraordinaire, it means that I have an incredible ability, some say mystical, that allows me to talk as I code. That's right. I can talk as I code perfectly happily, you know. And we certainly have a lot of things. Oh, there we go. That was my Twitter. We're dodging bullets today, folks. Yeah, I tested a video thing on Twitter. Do not follow me on Twitter, by the way. Do not follow me on it. Okay. Fine. I was testing the Twitter thing earlier today in my computer. You can see I've got a big oversized baldness denial hat on. Anyway, that's fine. So, what I'm going to try to do now is just see if I can find somewhere on my computer that has some pictures that we can test this with. Let's see, how about this one? Is that the one? JS themes, maybe not. How about I think that's the Trongate website. I might be wrong about that. Ah, there we go. Look at that handsome devil Simon there. Apologies, Simon. I did not mean to breach any copyright there. But I'm desperate for views, you know. And I need all the help I can get. Alright. So I'll use these as test images, right? Now, I'm curious. Can we go like this and then go like this? Okay, so we've got an instant file preview feature here that we have to add. Here we go. Again, there's nothing intelligent happening. It's mostly just copying and pasting. And as we look at this, I'm just, like, see where it says TP? I'm changing that to TGP. Tron Gate Pages. That's all I'm doing here, really. Because I'm trying to get it so that I want to get it so that all of the function names and all of the class names are unique. Now, it's difficult to guarantee that, but we can do things like add in TGP, so in this case, Trongate Pages, you know. And I'm just going to do a site-wide replace. There we go. Nothing too intelligent. And here we go. Alright. Thank you, Dafa. Thank you, RK. Thank you for that. You see, folks, I can look at the chat. I can look at the frigging chat. And at a glance, I can tell who among you is making fortunes. And I'm not rich. I've already showed you my watch collection. I mean, you know, I'm sitting here surrounded by watches that cost less than $5. But you know who's not? You know who's not sitting with $5 watches? Simon, the dude called Daffa. He's out there negotiating contracts that are 6-7 figures. Interesting, right? And he's the guy who types the positive message. He's the guy who says, welcome, RK, and says, yeah, I'll type it in. That's his energy. Isn't it interesting? Isn't it interesting? Are you starting to figure this stuff out yet? Anyway, I'm no Tony Robbins. I'm not going to go telling people how to live their lives, but let me tell you one thing. It's very easy for me sometimes to look at the chat and tell who the winners are. So thank you very much, the great Daffa. People wonder why I always give him a little speech. Now you know. Alright. So anyway, let's continue with our upload image thing. So I'll give this thing a little try and we'll see if we can get it to work. Hopefully we can. And hopefully this will be reasonably fast and painless. So once again, we're going to hit add image. We're going to choose an image. I'll get one of these little things. I'm going to do... Now there's no way this will work. Okay. Well, it almost did work. We're not going to worry about that error. Let me try this. Actually, margin is 0.6 m. That's really good. Okay, so choose another image. Choose another image is what we need to bring across here, right? What's it called? Well, I'm not seeing it. I actually cannot see it. It must be in here somewhere. So, it's as if we don't have that feature. Very strange, very strange. Well, let me try something else. Okay, let's try this one. I think this has got it. So I'm going to search for N. Choose another image. There we go. There it is. Tiny little function, no big deal. Okay, now, what is this? I see. So it's basically restarting it. Now this is an interesting point. The obvious thing to do here is paste it in and okay, restart the image, but that would be a mistake. Instead, I'm going to comment this out. I'm going to say console.log ahoy. And we're just going to make sure that we've got the page coming up as we want it. Something like this. You can see that it says ahoy, right? But what we really want to do, when you think about it, is restart this process. And so, do you see how when I do that, the whole thing gets redrawn again? So from that, the question, which is kind of obvious, is well, why bother doing a new function if I've already got something that does exactly what we need. See what I'm saying? This is one of the huge mistakes developers make, and I make this mistake all the time. Instead of going in and you know, building loads and loads of functions, see if you've got some way that you've perhaps can do these things using code that you've already got. So there's restart image adder, for example. So I'm going to search for choose another pic, and now check this out, or choose another image, right? So that's line 702. Let's take this out, and then we're going to go to 702 where it says choose another image. We're going to just say restart image adder. That's right. The art of coding without coding. And now you know why I'm doing this little refactor here. So again, it's very easy to choose an image. And if we change our mind, we just hit choose another image, and look at that. It's beautiful. Perfect. Perfect. And don't you love the animation? Look at the way it all drops. Boom. Nope, don't know what happened there. Let me do that again. Okay, good. So, adding a new image, and again, excuse me if I keep on clicking this, I just want to be sure that I've got this. Alright, cool. Now the next thing that I want to test is dragging images onto the page here. So we should be able to do that. So what I'm going to do is the most terrifying thing that somebody who live streams can do. And that is I'm going to navigate around my folders here. And see if I can find... there we go. Boring pics, I'm afraid. But let's just see if we can drag these in, right? So if I go, and I'll take this to the other screen, and I'm going to click and drag across and then release. Now that is a disappointment. I'm going to do that again. Downer. That's really disappointing, actually. So clearly we have to build that feature. So to build that feature, what a setback. But here's what we'll do. Okay. I'm going to open up the Trongate desktop app here. In fact, hold on a minute. Okay, here's an example of an image uploader that comes with Trongate. And if I take this here and then just drag in, it works. Look, see how it worked? So that means that all I have to do is get this functionality that we've already got and find a way to add it onto this. And if I can do that, job done. Once again, we're going to be dragging, and instead of it doing this, we're going to do this. There's Jatinder coming in. Okay, I don't know how to respond on Skype. Give me a little second here. Let me see if I can say hello back. Hello. Oh, here we go. Jatinder, thank you. Okay, I saw your live stream. Let me just see if I can show this. I am still live streaming. Do you want to call me? Let's see if we can get him to call us. Going to see if we can get Jatinder here in a few hours. All right. Well, I'm just going to read his message. I hope you don't mind if I read your message. Is that okay? So anyway, Jatinder has a team who make mobile apps, and they're really, really top notch. He's an excellent developer and he has an outstanding team. I think we can show you the screen. So he has just said, here's an app for the speaking with eyes. Look to speak. Use your eyes to select a pre-written phrase and have them spoken aloud. Right, that's pretty cool. That's really cool. I don't know what, I'm kind of out of my depth here, but I would love it if we could get this on an Apple device, because you know, I'm using Windows here, and lately I prefer Windows, but Apple has got stability that Windows does not have. And the Android device that she's using right now, it crashes 11 times per day. So I just wonder if it's possible to do it on an Apple device, you know, so that we can give them rock solid stability. But thank you, Jatinder. Bless you to the highest, and I hope that we can have that conversation soon. I tell you, man, I'm the luckiest guy in the world, you know. I have all of these cool people here. And here comes Eric. Is that Eric from Ohio? By any chance? I wonder if it is. I'm looking at the picture here. Now, the picture is about the size of an amoeba as I look at the screen here. So I'm not sure if it's him. I'm seeing looks like a suntan. I'm seeing white teeth. I'm seeing nice hair. It could be him. I wonder if it's Eric from Ohio. Anyway, wherever you're from, Eric, it's ahoy to you. As you can see, once again, I'm so popular that I've put the YouTube servers into meltdown. And unfortunately, they've had to remove some of the zeros from the current viewers, you see. So it's reduced the 80 million viewers to 8. It's just what happens, even worse than that. Anyway, not to worry. Let's move onwards and upwards, and here we go. So we're choosing an image here, and the vibe is that we want to be able to drag the thing in. Now, as you can see, I just so happen to have one of these that I built previously. And the funny thing is, I cannot remember how I did this. I mean, I really did build it. I just can't remember how it went now. So, let's see if we... Oh, that's perfect. What was I thinking of? Why do I keep on doing this? The amount of times I've written code that's good, and then, like an idiot, I minimize it. Why on earth do I do this? And here comes Derek. I better say hello to Derek as well. I'm just telling him I'm currently live streaming on YouTube. Come on down if you want. So, anyway. Yeah, I keep on writing these JavaScript libraries and then minifying them. And when I go back later, I cannot remember how it all goes. And here comes Ed Black. Ding, 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 ding. And here's Derek. Hey Derek, how you doing?
Hello, how are you, man?
All right, let me turn you up a wee bit.
Yeah.
All right, so how's life, and is everything okay with you? Let me say a quick hello to Ed Black, by the way. Ed, it's been a long time since we've seen you. How on earth are you doing, Ed? Welcome. Very good to see you indeed. We are live here on YouTube. Now, I had, just to let you know what's happening, I had a vibe whereby I used to live stream on a Saturday public and then I stopped. And so I live stream just about every day, but usually in private.
Okay.
But I do like the public live streams on a Saturday, you know, and it lets people know I'm still
you get
here.
more audience, obviously. You get a bit more exposure, and then more people will see what you're doing, get interested, and join in.
Exactly. And like a pervert in a subway station, I want as much exposure as possible. Okay. Ed is cool, staying alive. Ed, let me give you some life advice here. Ed, bring back the old picture, Ed. You handsome devil. The new icon is nice, but the previous one was better. Bring back the old one, because it reminded me of the Equalizer, whom I have mentioned already in this live stream. And once or twice, and that was a good vibe, Ed. So take that advice from me. But good to see you, Ed. Welcome. So Derek, what are you up to? And just to let people know, Derek is well, how would you describe yourself, Derek?
I don't know. I'm a developer.
Yeah, Derek is a developer. Did you get my message the other day? Welcome to the big league.
Yeah. What was that? That was like ChatGPT or something?
Yeah, so somebody went on, I think it was Google Bard, and they asked about Trongate, and they said, what is Trongate? And the thing knew all about the Trongate framework, which was really cool.
Right.
And then I said, can you get it to ask it what it knows about your own framework?
Right,
you know?
right, okay.
And it knew all about that as well. So I said, what about, and the name of Derek's framework is Bone, help me Derek.
Just Bone Framework, yeah.
Bone Framework. Bone Framework is Derek's framework. And he asked about that, and it knew about your framework. So congratulations.
That's pretty impressive, man.
Well, welcome to the big league.
How cool.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm working on this image uploader. I'll see if I can talk and code at the same time. Let's do that, right?
Yeah.
Let's see if we can talk and code at the same time, because there's none of this that's particularly intellectual or whatever anyway, you know.
Oh my god, I was on Twitter earlier on, just like, I just type in France. You just see all this madness happening.
It's crazy. I was talking about it earlier on, and everybody has their theories in politics and all of that. My theory is really simple. I think the world is being run by a bunch of Satanist pedo child sacrificers, and I think they're having a laugh. I think this is light entertainment for them. But let's have a quick look at Twitter right now. That's a good call.
And if you look at the latest video that I retweeted, from France, it's a guy on a motorbike dragging a chainsaw behind him.
I saw it. It's terrible, isn't it?
Trying to take people's legs off.
Oh.
And the guy that he cycles next to, like, he's pure like watching all these fireworks and things exploding around him, and the chainsaw comes at him, and he just like casually hops over it as if it's nothing.
It's terrible, isn't it? It's terrible.
It's nuts what's going on.
I mean, it almost seems like, you know what? You cannot say a word about this without offending somebody. I've already said my own piece.
Yeah.
I think somebody's having a laugh. I think that they are. Oh, gee. Yeah, maybe I should not actually put this on, because you can get vulgarities on Twitter, and I do apologise. We are
let's get coding.
Yeah, we're a decent and upstanding bunch here, and I hope that none of this causes distress. What I will say though, this Macron guy is the weakest leader possibly in the history of Europe. Certainly the weakest in recent post-World War II times.
Well, he's another one of these World Economic Forum goons, man, that have penetrated governments globally. Do you know what I mean?
I know. Totally. So it's
Schwab's own words, man. Fucking laughing about it, man. Have you seen him in his pure weird get-up, man?
Yeah. I
thinks he's like the emperor or something like that.
I know. It's hard for me to talk about it, in the sense that when you get it in your head that this idea that the world is being run by these psychopaths, then
I know.
How can you have a conversation beyond that, you know?
I know.
They're laughing at us, and I like I say, I think somewhere out there's somebody with a big old bag of popcorn laughing their ass off. And I'd mentioned previously in this live stream the fact that the elections have always got these tiny little margins, you know?
Yeah.
There's always this 50% divide, you know? And it's perfect divide and conquer. They love it when we argue among ourselves. They love it when we fight among ourselves, and we're all at each other's throats.
Yeah.
And if I'm going to blame anybody, this might be controversial. I know that it's fashionable to blame Muslim immigrants. Well, actually, I blame people who voted Macron. That's who I blame, really, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway.
You have to think, you have to first believe that the election process is indeed fair. And not
Do you
rigged.
think it's just fixed?
I think we have the illusion of democracy, man. You know? Yeah. I mean, look at what happened in the referendum even, you know what I mean? For Scottish independence.
Aye.
Right? And if you look at that, right? Okay, as a majority, Scotland voted no by like freaking 55% to 45%, right?
Mm-hmm.
Most of the people that said no weren't actually natural Scots. They were like English people living in Scotland, and there was a lot of European students and stuff like that, right? Like, and they were all told, well...
Hold on a second. Views expressed by Derek are not necessarily views endorsed by this channel.
This is true.
Carry on, Derek.
Yes. So, yeah, so basically what I'm saying is, like, because of the Europeans were afraid of Scotland becoming independent, then they'd have to go home. So they voted no. And obviously, English people with houses in Scotland and so on and so forth, they wanted to remain in the UK because their family's all from England and stuff. They voted no as well. But the majority of Scottish people actually voted yes. And, like, I mean, we tried telling the folk, the European folk, man, just vote yes, man, because, like, they're going to kick us out of Europe in 2 years' time anyway. And we were saying that, like, since 2013 even. And, like, yeah, nobody listened to us. And, of course, then as soon as Scotland votes no, England votes for Brexit, and then we have to suffer the consequences as well, you know? Yeah. And I mean, the whole Scottish Parliament thing, like, the First Minister, Humza Yousaf, went to Brussels earlier on in the week to discuss Scottish independence. Of course, like, you know, all talks were undermined by the fact that the UK sent along a babysitter for him, you know, because foreign policy isn't allowed. It's reserved to Westminster, you know, like, so Scottish Government have got no power. They're just an administrative branch of the Westminster government, you know.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. my biggest... I don't mean this in an insensitive way, Derek.
Mm-hmm.
But my biggest challenge with all of it is that I don't care. And I mean that in a thoughtful and compassionate way.
I understand you, man. Right?
I don't engage. It's like when Totally. When Scotland play at the World Cup and everybody's watching and saying, are they going to win? My whole life, I never cared. There was a part of my brain that just disengaged because I can tell that it's a losing game ultimately. And I feel a wee bit like that here, you know?
I've always felt like that about football, but with the one exception of the Scotland national team, which is quite funny, but I think that's because like we constantly get beat. We always get hammered. Or like Scotland has got a shite football team, man, right? Everybody knows it. But yet we have the best fans in the world, man. We have a great time. We get hammered on the pitch, but we get hammered off the pitch as well. We're all sitting drinking, having a good laugh. We don't care if we win or lose. In fact, we know we're going to lose, which means if we win, it's fucking amazing, you know, like. But yeah, like, I don't know. Scotland have got the Tartan Army, you know, the fans, man, like, and they're pretty well renowned around the world to be like good fans and stuff. And you compare that to the likes of like English fans, and you got these hooligans and stuff, like breaking things when they go places, you know. Very different story, man. Yeah, like I don't like football, man. I don't like football.
But the other thing is, I love. I consider it a hobby to be offensive, but at the same time, I don't want to say things that are derogatory about English people or anything like that. And it's not just for YouTube. Oh, my channel's gone. What on earth is going on? My page refresh. It's okay. Am I still here? Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to. I don't want to cause any unnecessary division. I don't want. Even in private, I don't think I've said anything along the lines of English or whatever. I don't feel that, and I know that you don't either, actually.
No, of course I don't. No. Like, I mean, we're talking politics. We're not talking about people here, man. You know.
Aye, totally. Somebody had asked me recently what I thought of the Israeli-Palestine situation, and the only honest answer is I don't know. I don't know much about it. And it's okay, I'll find out. Look at the horrific things going on, and I'll tell you what I think. I think that if I looked into that, if I honestly looked into that, did a little bit of research, I'd love to know a bit more about the history and how all this mess started. But if I did, I have a sneaky suspicion that I would come away from that moment of research saying, those Israeli bastards, how could they do it? Right? But I cannot do that. I'm not able to have that conversation because I think that there is a legitimate anti-Jewish energy out there, and I don't want to contribute to it in any way whatsoever, you know. And for that reason, as irrational as it might be, I'm not able to comment on jack shit, you know.
Yeah.
So there we go. Now we have another special guest joined us in the room there. Who was it?
Nice.
Who was it? We have my many hobbies, and if I'm not mistaken, that is the great, the mighty. I recognise from the little picture. I'd never forget that face. I think that's Jason there. Is that Jason Hicks? How are you doing? Very nice to see you and welcome. What a great bunch we have here today. Movers and shakers everywhere.
Nice.
And if it is, let's all say it together. Where did he work? We always say it, you know.
What?
Come on.
I don't know.
NASA.
NASA?
Yep.
How awesome.
Pretty awesome. Telling you, man, it's a small channel, but I have movers and shakers in my midst. Now, for all I know, he may have been the guy who made the tea. But my self-esteem needs all the help it can get. Let me tell you that, folks. It needs all the help it can get. So every time Jason comes up, every time he shows up, we have to remind everybody that Jason is our resident NASA engineer. Nice to see you, Jason. I wonder if you're working anywhere exotic these days. You don't have to tell us, but, you know, maybe you can, I don't know, name drop or something and make me feel even more smug. Oh, and hark the herald angels sing. What is this we see on the screen here? Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. I am followed by Kim.com. And with a coolness factor that is really off the charts. I don't follow him back. Do you know here's something that you want to talk about being followed by the people who count. I'm going to tell you this and you'll not believe me. I was followed on Twitter by Sylvester Stallone.
Nice.
Yep. And I know the bullshit is off the chart, but I like Stallone, and I must have tweeted about him a few times. I did an online shop, build an online shop tutorial on YouTube, and it was selling Rocky Balboa t-shirts. I like Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah.
And one day I came onto Twitter and it said, and he had a name like Sly or something like that, follows you, and I was like, you know, and as soon as I saw it, do you know what I did?
What's that?
What do you think?
I don't know.
So I logged on to Twitter and it was like Sly or whatever he's called follows you, and I was like, oh, right. So I blocked him. I blocked Sylvester Stallone because I thought it was a spammer, and I was like, I've had it with these trying to sell me Viagra and everything, you know. And I just assumed it must, and I was like, block, see you later. And then later on, I just kind of thought, actually, I didn't think was that Stallone. I blocked it and I forgot. But later on, I spotted him on Instagram or some other place, and he had the same name. And I went back and I looked and I joined up all of the dots and all of that. And it was like, holy moly, I was followed by Stallone. Now, he probably follows a gazillion people, and maybe that's his vibe. I don't know.
Right.
But, yeah. Anyway, the damage was done. The damage was done. But that was my ultimate Twitter follow.
Yeah.
But I'm not very popular on Twitter, and I'm really glad of that, because I never say anything interesting. I mean, if you think YouTube's bad...
Oh, it puts you in a bad mood, and then you retweet stuff in anger, like, look at the state of this! And yeah, like, I don't know, man. It's an angry place.
Aye, absolutely. And there's Ed done. God bless you, Ed. That is the way to go, man. You know what I mean? That's far, far better than some bullshit cartoon. You look good. You know what I'm saying? You look good, and I'm so glad that you changed your picture there. Thank you, man. That was good. All right. I'm encouraging them to, you know, be presentable. I started this live stream wearing a tie, you know.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I'm trying to have a little bit of an image change. I don't know if it's working out though. Right. So I'll get back to this coding shenanigans, but as always, yes, we can talk and code at the same time.
Good.
So
I'm doing so already.
Good. Any interesting plans for the weekend?
I'm gonna try and get some push notifications happening on the phone. Well, I'm not doing that just now. Right now, I've just got a settings column in my database. It takes JSON. And I want to just set up an endpoint for posting settings back and forth. So yeah, I'm working on that.
Okay. Awesome. By the way, Jason says it's a long story about my current situation. I'd love to catch up sometime in the near future. Well, absolutely. Why don't you come on as a special guest? We can do a whole show and everything. And of course, we'll find a way to put NASA in the headline. So yeah.
See, if you use Discord, you could get like multiple people on a stream, and it'd be like Discord's very, very good, man. You would like it.
Well, I've always written that off. As you know, I'm a bit of a technophobe, but I've seen live streams where they have different boxes with like say, in fact, I can't find any, but you'll see like a little grid with 6 little TVs or something, and you can see each of the people on cams talking. Have you seen that type of thing?
Yeah, well, Microsoft Teams is basically like Skype. When you phone somebody in Teams, it makes the same Skype ringing noise and stuff like that. It's capable of sharing your screen and like having multiple people in a call. It's quite good as well. It's not good actually, man. It's very buggy. Like, I'm sitting in the office and like the guy next to me is like, you're offline, and I'm like, no, I'm online. Your Teams open just now, like, and it does say I'm offline, and I'm like, why does it say I'm offline? It's just shit, man. It never works. It always breaks.
Isn't Zoom the way to go for that?
Zoom's okay as well, yeah. Like Teams is quite easy to just get up and running though, man. I think that's why like they use it in quite a few works, man, you know. I've used some people use like Slack. Discord is awesome though, man. Like what the place that I was in that was building all the mobile phone apps, they did all their work on Discord.
Mm-hmm.
So like you can set up a server, right? You can make different channels, like a help channel, you can have a general chat channel, and then there's a voice channel that you can join. You can do video, or you can share your screen. It was designed originally for people that wanted to stream their games.
Yep.
But it's become a total thing. Like if you've seen Slack before, man, it's very like Slack. And I thought it was made by the same people or whatever. It was so similar, you know.
Right.
But it was, yeah, it seems to be aimed towards gamers and stuff. But the guys who were building all the mobile apps, they were doing everything through that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You can set up get hooks and everything that pushes like to Discord bots and what have you. It's quite cool. And I even got a chat GPT bot in my channel.
Yeah.
And you can you can just basically have your own channel where you can just talk to chat GPT as well. You can even because that's through the chat GPT, you've got their own servers obviously on Discord. But this bot, basically, you can subscribe to it, and they'll give you like Chat GPT 4, and you can also get access to the Chat GPT 3 before it was filtered. So, like, you know, sometimes you can see some of the answers that it gives you are quite biased, shall we say?
Oh yeah.
Right. But the earlier version of Chat GPT didn't have any of that bullshit in it. And it was a lot more, apparently.
Mm-hmm. Right, that's cool. That is really cool.
But yeah, Discord for streaming is a really, really cool tool, man. And in fact, did we not set up a Trongate framework Discord server ages ago and tried it once and then didn't use it after that?
Maybe. I know that there was one or two platforms. Excuse me a second. There was one or two platforms where I remember looking into it, but somebody had set up a Trongate something or other, whatever it was, and I was effectively shut out, so it never quite happened, you know?
Yeah, well, I suppose, I think I set that up for you in the first place, man, but, I guess it'd be better if you set the server up and had full admin and all the rest of it.
Aye, yep, okay. But yeah, it might be worth looking into. It might be worth looking into. I'm getting Chat GPT to try and beautify some code here. So let me just see how we're doing.
Oh, nice. Okay.
ANAE. Okay, I'm going to ask it to do something else. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on a second. Thank you. A lot of the variable names are meaningless. For example, T. Can you write the function again, but this time give the variables meaningful names? Please note this code is for a drop zone file uploader. Actually, it's an image uploader. Okay, let's see if it can do this. So I've pasted in all of my drop zone stuff, and I'm seeing if I can get ChatGPT to beautify it, which if it can would be amazing. Yeah, this AI stuff's something in it.
Oh, aye, it's quite good, man.
Do you use it? Do you use it when you're doing day-to-day coding these days?
Not really. Occasionally, I did ask it once. What was it asked? I'll go and check. Oh yeah, it was something to do with setting up Bitbucket pipelines, man. So I'd got a Bitbucket pipeline all set up, where so as soon as you pushed to the master or the develop branch, or you did a pull request to the develop branch, that it would basically trigger a deploy using Bitbucket pipelines. So it would install the website, it would clone it down, and then it would install the dependencies, and then it would run the tests and stuff. But we needed a database in there, and I was trying to set it up, and it was being a bit of a pain in the ass. But ChatGPT, Employee of the Month, came to the rescue. And I was like, this is actually quite good. So yeah, I've asked it a couple of JavaScript questions as well, because obviously I'm better with PHP than I am in JavaScript. Although that's I say that, but I think now, I know JavaScript, man. I just use it when I'm stuck.
Right, that's cool. Yep. Well, I'm loving it. I think it's awesome. It's really, really awesome, and I don't think it's going to take over web development, but I think it's going to lead to a lot of incredible stuff being built.
Yeah.
Incidentally, speaking of breakthrough technologies, did you hear that Nigel Farage had his bank account shut down?
Oh, really?
Aye, apparently he's not able to open a bank account, and it seems to be happening quite a lot. Apparently it's happened to the Wings Over Scotland guy as well.
Yeah, I know, I was about to say that, man.
And I think that there is a real... Remember I was talking to you last time about the point of sale systems and how I felt that was an opportunity. I think that there is a huge opportunity for somebody out there to build a point of sale system that accepts crypto and ordinary cash and everything, and that effectively takes people off grid.
Yeah, I guess that could work, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd love to do it, and I think it's something that we really need. If anybody wants to steal the idea, on you go. But could you ever see yourself building something like that?
Possibly, aye. I mean, that sounds like a cool idea, man. There'd be a lot to think of if you're taking multiple cryptos, how you would deal with transferring between them and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Transaction fees and there'd be a bit of research involved first, man, before I'd try to build anything like that. It's been a while since I looked at the Solidity stuff for the smart contract stuff on Ethereum.
Yeah.
Well, in fact, I think it can be used for it doesn't need to be on the Ethereum blockchain. I think you can use Solidity on a few.
Well,
But there was a cool website called Crypto Zombies. You heard of that?
mm-mm.
Crypto Zombies teaches you how to write smart contracts by building a game with zombies.
Right, okay. Interesting. But do you need to use all of that smart contract stuff? Surely you can just... I mean, the ultimate would be, imagine you go, in fact, I'll bring this on the screen. I know that you can't see it, but for anybody else out there who's interested, right? Point of sales checkout, right? So I'm bringing up a picture of a touchscreen checkout system, Derek. You know what they look like, right?
Yes.
So for anybody watching, imagine something like this. And imagine being in a restaurant or something, and the idea is that you can pay by any currency you want, crypto, cash, anything at all. And if you choose crypto, you can choose from, let's say, hundreds of coins. Now, the goal of this system would be that if somebody wants to pay the hamburger and it's $10, they should be able to pay with anything. Any crypto that's respectful you care to imagine. And yep.
I figured it out.
Okay.
Right? So, you create your own coin, your own token, right? You don't need to worry about any nonsense with contracts or anything like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then what you do is you have a Binance account, right? Which has a bunch of deposit addresses for all your different cryptos, right?
Right.
And then what you do is in your app, you say, right, buy fucking tokens, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You know, how do you want to buy these tokens?
Mm-hmm.
And then basically they just deposit using their own shit, fucking straight to our Binance thing. And once it's in that account, that's it. We give them their coins, and then they're spending our coins.
Okay, I'm putting the camera on my face because I want people to see my inner genius and what it looks like. I'm always saying, like, focus on how you feel and not the intellectual stuff. And let me tell you, when you started there and you said, use your own token,
mm-hmm.
I felt good. I like it. It made me feel finger-licking good. But then, you dropped the ball.
Oh, what did I do? What did I do?
You dropped the ball by talking about Binance.
Oh,
And let me tell you why. The moment you spoke, and I'm not being intellectual, I'm feeling, right?
Okay.
So, the moment you spoke about Binance, you dropped the ball because you introduced a single point of failure, you introduced a third-party dependency, but most of all, you introduced a company who are currently being investigated by the Financial Conduct Authority
so
and who may well be shut down any day now.
Oh wow, did not know that, man.
Yep.
Right, okay, point is, right, I was just thinking, what's an easy way of getting a deposit address for every single type of crypto? It's easy enough. You could get a computer and get a wallet for every kind of crypto and you'll have an address. Then you can still proceed and you won't have Binance in the way. It'll just be a bit more setup, getting an address in every currency. You know what I mean?
Aye, but that's the way to do it. And
that is the way to do it.
That is...
Like, you know, like I said, I just thought that out the blue there and just said it because it's like, you know, there's a quick solution. But yeah, you're entirely right, man. Get rid of those dependencies, man. We don't need them.
Yeah. And as I see it, geez, I'm so delighted that you've made it more complicated than it needs to be. Because as far as I'm concerned, you don't even need to know about smart contracts or anything. So let's say, I'm thinking out loud here, right?
Yeah, I don't think you need
so
contracts either.
Let's imagine somebody decides to pay using the Tron currency, right? They're going to pay using Tron, okay? Now, let's take the advice of Steve Jobs. We'll all think loud together. Anyone in the room who wants to contribute, please do. So we'll take the advice of Steve Jobs, start from the user experience, right? So all they want to do is hold up a phone at a machine and go bleep and the transfer's done and everybody's happy, right?
Yep.
So that's the experience that they want to have. Now, we know the experience. You have worked on the actual device. What was the name of the device that you built with again?
a Sunme L2S.
Is Sunme one word?
Yes.
And that's MI
Yes.
L2S. Now, folks, you folks listening, wait till you see the technologies that Derek has been working with. L2S, did you say?
Aye.
Right, okay. This is outstanding technology, folks. I mean, I said it to you just the other day. So this is your machine here, right? Right? Oh well, you can't see it, but
I can't see your screen.
Yeah, I'm looking at the website right now. It's fantastic. Do us a favour for those listening. Remind us what this incredible machine does.
Well, like it's got an infrared scanner, so you can like scan barcodes and QR codes and whatever using that. It's got obviously it's got a camera on it, so you can scan barcodes and QR codes that way as well. It's got a credit card reader on it, so you can just like touch a card and beep. You can get add-ons for it, where like it prints off receipts and stuff like that as well. I don't know, they're pretty cool things, man. You can get like add-ons to turn it into like a handgun kind of thing as well, with a trigger. You can pull and for folk working in warehouses and whatever.
Yep. Okay.
But you can also get wee hand straps that go around the back for like waiters and waitresses and stuff going around taking orders,
Okay.
Which is what we were building,
So tell me, is this possible? Is it possible for a restaurant owner to have one of those devices, and then when somebody's due to pay, they have an app on their phone, they select the payment or whatever, or they hold the phone up, a QR code gets read and a transfer happens? Is that possible?
Yeah, that's what we were doing, yeah.
And how would that work from a crypto perspective?
Well, again, like I say, the guys that were doing this, right, they had one payment provider that took like euros or whatever, right? And then they just turned it into numbers on their database after that. You've deposited this much. Or like there was an option for cash, and it was like, it would ask the waiter, have you received the cash? Yes.
Okay. So let's, I'm going to, just for the benefit of people watching, make a slightly patronising diagram on the screen here. Hardly a diagram. But I'll describe what I'm drawing and you can follow along, Derek, right?
Yep.
So basically there's three entities here, right? You've got the customer. Then you've got the cafe owner, let's say, right?
Or the waiter.
Aye, fair enough. And then you've got the bank, whatever it may be, or the payment gateway, right? Which is the thing that we build, right?
Right.
Okay, so we've got those three entities right here. So we would want, hold on a sec, I'll call it payment gateway. Right, so the goal would be that when the customer makes a payment, let's say the customer decides to pay in Tron, for example. They would effectively be putting money into the account of the payment gateway. So the payment gateway has now been paid in Tron.
Right.
But the cafe owner has not been paid.
Yeah.
So would it be possible for the payment gateway to convert the crypto into cash? So let's say somebody pays £10 and they pay in some shit coin, right? The customer would effectively be paying £10 worth of crypto to the payment gateway. Could the payment gateway then convert that to cash? Not even necessarily instantly. Let's say they wait 2 weeks or a month even. But they do that and then they send 90% to the cafe. Is that possible? Because the cafes would love it.
Well, yeah, but you would need to do it in your own coin. You couldn't do it in somebody else's coin, man.
Why not?
Because then, then you're going to have to hook up to an exchange and to switch it to blooming sell it for pounds and stuff. You know what I mean?
I don't see it that way.
Well, where's the pounds coming from then?
Well, let's forget about the cafe for the moment, right? So think about a transaction between the customer and the payment gateway. I'm now going to call these two entities person A and person B, right? So just think about two people who are trying to exchange value. Person A is trying to give money to person B. Now, let's assume that you are person B and I'm person A, right?
Right,
Okay.
so customer and vendor.
Yep. So I would like to pay you $100,
Yes.
but I'd like to pay you in crypto. What's the absolute easiest way for me to pay you in crypto?
So that I get cash at the end.
How do we do that?
There is a service provider that does that.
We don't want to go to another service provider.
I know that.
We
but-
want to be the service provider.
Yeah.
So- Okay, presumably the first thing you would do is you would declare what crypto you accept, right?
Mhm.
Okay, now let's do that. The trouble, of course, I've just realised what the flaw is. The trouble is that the transaction can take time to go across, right?
Right.
So you would have to use one of the fast ones like XRP or Ethereum or something like that, right? Maybe Tron.
Well, this is the thing. You know, the guys that were making this app was just coming straight out their database. Once they put the money in, cool. You're now just numbers on our database, and it goes as fast as fuck.
Right. I'm seeing two solutions here, Derek, right?
Yeah.
The first solution is you would say to the customer, look, we accept these coins, and you only deal with coins that do pretty much instant transactions, of which there are several.
Yeah.
But the second option is to revert to your idea, which is to do a token system.
Yeah.
So the token system might be good, because with the token system, all right, let's think about the token system, Derek, right? So we're going to have this, you are person B, right? You've now got a coin, we'll call it Del coin, right? Whatever. This
Cafe
is your
coin.
What's it called?
Cafe coin.
Cafe coin, fine. Cafe coin, right? And I'm a person, and you are now the owner of this cryptocurrency called Cafe coin.
Yeah.
Because you're the owner of this cryptocurrency, am I right in saying that person A can purchase these tokens from you very quickly, very easily, and with no third party intervention required?
Well, what was happening is there was the one payment provider, you know, so you can imagine PayPal or whoever you took the money from.
Yeah.
You know, so there was one payment provider that they dealt with that could accept, you know, euros and stuff like that. And as soon as we received the payment from them, then it's just numbers in our database and we can do what we like with it, you know. And
Okay.
when they were taking cash and so on, there was like check boxes on the app for
Okay.
the waiters and so on. Like we would record that they've got that cash, you know.
Okay. Did they use a token system like the one we've just described?
Yeah, pretty much. Like they had this notion of custom valuta. You know, basically you could create, right. So say you're the cafe owner, right? You can choose to either accept money in euros or you can create your own token, and you can see how much that's worth.
That's
Right.
hassle.
Well, basically, no, it's just a display setting. So if you say, yeah, make it a you know, that weird squiggle thing at the top left of your Mac, right? Imagine that's your symbol for your currency, right? And say it's just like, it's worth £2 instead of £1 or so. Do you know what I mean?
Do you know the problem with it, Derek?
What's that?
There's two problems with it, and I'm hearing you out here, but I'm thinking out loud. The first problem is, if you go back to the Steve Jobs philosophy, start from the customer experience, right? If I go into a cafe, let's say I'm in Paris and I go into a cafe, I don't want to fuck about with Ubaloid coin. I want to just go, I want to see a wee sign that says we accept the following crypto tokens.
Well,
And I want to see a big bunch of logos, and I want to go, I've got some Ethereum. I want to smile, and then I want to do the transfer. I do not want to fuck about with some bullshit new coin.
Okay. Here, I'm just going to let me just say something to you then and tell me what you think, right? Because I've been to plenty of things in Belgium, and I'm sure there's stuff in the UK as well, where basically, say it's like an outdoor event, and there's a stall selling beers and stuff like that, right?
Yep.
Or like a festival or something like that. But you go up to buy a beer, and they're like, oh no, we don't take cash. We only take tokens. You can buy your tokens over there. So you get these wee blue poker chips and all that you pay for your beers, and usually you give one as a deposit for your plastic cup, which you'll get back. Do you know what I mean? They do that a lot. And so so basically that's what you're doing. You're not selling the beers or anything like that. You're just selling these tokens, man. And then everything is bought and traded in those tokens. So you need to just have a database that records those transactions and so on, and that's what they were doing.
I like it. It's a good idea, but it doesn't excite me. I'm not saying it won't work. I'm just saying it doesn't excite me. It doesn't excite me because the whole point of going into this idea would be that people are having their bank accounts shut down because of political opinions. It happened to the Wings Over Scotland guy, Nigel Farage. There's even politicians have said, I've had my bank account shut down. The banks are shutting people down. And if you've not got a bank account, you're pretty much a non-human. So we want to build something that breaks that and get rid of the on-ramp and the off-ramp. You want to go direct to crypto. No token bullshit. Just straight to crypto. So that if you go to a place and if somebody has zero in their ordinary bank account, nothing.
Yeah.
If they have crypto, they should be able to get a hot meal. That's the promised land, Derek. You feel my energy, man?
Yep.
That's the promised land, and everything else is bullshit.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Hear the words of the web developer extraordinaire. For I speak with thought. No, I don't. I speak with feeling. Whatever. Anyway, that's the idea right there. So work with me here, right? Work with me. In fact, I'm going to ask ChatGPT, and you can give me your answer. We'll see what ChatGPT says, right? So the question is going to be something like the following. The question is going to be, I have a friend, it's his birthday. I would like to give him a gift that has a value of $10 US. My friend really likes crypto. However, my friend does not use any crypto exchanges. My question is this: how can I send crypto to my friend quickly and easily in a way that will go directly into my friend's crypto wallet in an instant manner? There you go. So let's see what ChatGPT says here. This is kind of interesting, isn't it? So here we go, Derek. In fact, I'm going to ask ChatGPT's a bit slow. I'm going to ask perplexity.ai as well, which I think gives you even better answers. Perplexity's really, really great. So I'm going to ask two crypto machines this question. So here comes ChatGPT. Are you paying attention, Derek?
I am.
It says to send crypto to your friend's wallet quickly and easily, you can use a peer-to-peer cryptocurrency transfer method. One possible option is to send your friend a specific cryptocurrency directly to their wallet address. Here's a step-by-step guide. 1. Determine which cryptocurrency your friend prefers. Bitcoin is the most widely accepted and easy to use for peer-to-peer transfers, but other options like Ethereum or Litecoin may be suitable. 2. Ensure that your friend has a crypto wallet that supports the chosen cryptocurrency. 3. Obtain your friend's wallet address. It's a unique alphanumeric string associated with their wallet, which they can provide to you. Make sure you double check to avoid any mistakes. Now, it's still going on. 4. Choose a peer-to-peer crypto transfer platform that allows you to send funds directly to your friends' wallets. Some platforms include local bitcoins, local cryptos, and hodl. Ensure that the platform supports the specific currency that you want to send. Create an account on the chosen platform, follow the verification process, initiate a new trade, blah 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 blah. In this case, £10 worth. Enter your friend's wallet address as the destination for the funds. Double check the address for accuracy. Follow the platform's instructions, blah 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 blah. Once confirmed, depending on the chosen cryptocurrency and network congestion, it should generally happen quite quickly. Remember to consider transaction fees, blah 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 blah. It's essential to educate yourself about the not talking about the ocean, the specific peer-to-peer platform you choose, and follow best practices. Okay, now Perplexity is saying, here's another one. One way to send crypto is to use a cryptocurrency wallet app like Coinbase or Crypto.com. Here are steps to follow. 1. Download a cryptocurrency wallet like Coinbase or Crypto.com. 2. Create an account, blah 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 blah. 3. Obtain your friend's wallet address for the specific cryptocurrency. I know how to do it. It came to me.
Yeah?
I know how to do it, Derek. I've got it. Do you know how you do it?
Nope.
Okay, the weak point. Right, so basically what it's saying is, okay, as far as I can tell, ChatGPT says use a third-party provider. Perplexity.ai says, look, just get your friend's wallet, get their address, and send it to their address, right? That's what it says, okay?
Yeah.
Now, the weak part in sending the address is that you've got to type in this insane alphanumeric thing, which is insane and prone to errors. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So if we can, you know how on phones, like on LastPass, there's a feature where you can have the app right over the app below. Do you know what I mean?
Sorry, say that again?
Okay, so imagine if I go and log into a website like Speed Coding Academy, right?
Right.
LastPass will populate the form with my username and password automatically.
Yeah.
This is not the browser remembering password details.
Yeah.
This is a second app writing over the top of an existing app, right?
Yeah.
Chrome extensions can do the same thing.
Right, yeah, I'm following
So,
you now.
if we want to avoid third-party providers taking a cut and effectively go totally off-grid, our only technical challenge is to write an app that can work with existing crypto software such as Binance, Coinbase, etc. But the user would grant permission. Do you give permission for this app to write over the top of your app? And if they do, it means that the user could potentially just open up Coinbase or something, scan in a little code, and everybody's good. But I'm going to guess that Coinbase has already got that feature. You might not even need to build something like that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
It's interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's possible.
My hunch is that it's one of these things that you will not have a one size fits all. I think it would be a case of finding maybe the 10 most popular crypto coins and just coding. It might be 6 months, just a complete marathon, and you just integrate them one by one by one. And once you've got the different coins, maybe build an app that writes over the top of Binance and over the top of Coinbase and all of that. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The bottom line is I have to learn iPhone development. There's no getting away from it.
Do some React Native, man. I've tried all three. I've tried Angular. I've done a lot of Angular. Using Ionic framework with capacitor components and so on and so forth, man. It's good. Vue.js is nicer. I do like Vue.js. It's good, but React Native, I just absolutely love it, man. And like, just the feeling of your app, the way it moves and everything, it just feels like a proper app. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, it might be worth doing. I don't know though. I tried React and I never liked it. I just never liked it.
But like React Native is different from React.
Yeah,
and
but you'd have to learn React first, right?
Nah. I just went straight into React Native, man, because I knew it was like doing roughly the same thing, but it's just rendering it for a different. Instead of a web page, it's rendering it for the phone. That's the only difference.
Right. Okay, fair enough. It might well be the way to go. I don't know. It might. Yeah.
Plus, if you do React Native, man, like, you know, then we can work together on stuff as well. And I'll be able to get you up to speed quicker.
But would you really be able to get it up to speed quicker?
I think so, yeah. I don't see why not.
Okay. Could you give me a wee minute? I need to take a quick time out here to powder my nose. I'll be back.
I don't think the phone stuff
Keep
really
keep
good.
the audience entertained, will you, Derek? Tell them about React or something.
Aye, okay. Well, as Dave said earlier on, I've got my own framework, which I've been working on for, I don't know, 10 years nearly. So, in 2014 that I started it actually, so maybe 9 years. But and like 1 year ago I started learning React Native. There was a video I saw on YouTube. It was like learn React Native in 2 hours. A guy called Code with Mosh. I know Dave looks at a lot of these tutorial guys, so he probably knows the guy. But yeah, I went through that 2-hour course, and of course you don't learn React Native in 2 hours, right? Like, but he offers a course, and it was only $40, and I think it's like one of the best $40 I've spent, you know. Because now, like, you know, 1 year later, I've been working on a skeleton app, which basically I can use for building any app going forward. So immediately on loading the app just now, you've got obviously a splash screen, and then it goes to login or register. So you get the register thing with the emails going out, all that stuff happening. The login is done using OAuth 2. So it's the same login process as you see with Google, Facebook and Twitter and so on. And then once you're in, like, all the endpoints are obviously protected via OAuth and so on and so forth. I've got the last week's there, I was doing image uploading, and so I've got that happening. Like, I've now got a profile page where you can click your photo and it'll ask you to choose your camera or your photos and upload stuff. And yeah, so right now I'm working on, I've got a new package that I've put onto my framework for dealing with basically sending JSON settings back and forth between the phone. And once I've done that, I'm going on to push notifications so that so that you can send those annoying notifications out and stuff. And at that point, that's it, pretty much ready to rock for any app that I might want to build going forward, you know. And I've got a few ideas up my sleeve. I'm going to just make some silly ones to begin with, like that aren't, you know. I've got an idea for a really big app that I'm going to do. Like, well, I used to do a cricket website, so it's cricket related, and I'm planning on doing something with that. But yeah, like in the meantime, I'm just going to do some practice apps. Like, I've got an idea for an open mic app, where you can basically upload stuff. I don't know, like have a list of guys that are playing at the open mic and so on. Like, yeah, should be quite fun. Aha, hello.
Yeah, I'm just topping up this water distiller here.
Ah, yeah.
Thank you for that, Derek.
No worries.
Derek, this point of sales idea is a frigging winner.
You think
But
so?
it's a frigging winner. But I'll tell you what. I'm going to assume that there's tons of people involved in this who are 50 steps ahead of all of us, right? But all of them are making the same mistake. I can feel this energy. And the mistake they're making is they're falling down these little traps. These little bunkers, like a golf course, when you get stuck in the sand. And what these things are things like buy a token, join our token system. Well, now you're caught in a marketing game because there's other token systems and you've just made the user experience awkward. Another challenge might be connect to the Coinbase app and you accept it via Coinbase. And look, it was so convenient. Well, it might be convenient, but now you're giving away 2% of your profit or something like that. Plus you're dependent on a third-party platform who may well decide to switch you off someday. Everybody who's in this game, and I can feel it, everybody who's in this game is falling down one of those traps. And the winner, this is my Steve Jobs watch talking, which I'm wearing today. This is the Steve Jobs watch talking. The winner is the person who has the balls to build a system that uses no third-party dependencies. That's the winner of the game. And who in the room do you think has the balls to build that?
You.
Absolutely goddamn right. So give me a wee second. I'm just going to top up the old water distiller here. Just give me 1 minute. Do you want to know another thing, Derek?
What's that?
The way to really do this and kick ass is to build it in such a way that people don't need to buy jack shit.
Yeah.
Restaurant owners and all that should be able to work this from an ordinary mobile phone.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I mean, I was already working on a restaurant thing like 2-3 years ago, just before Corona, for one of the restaurant owners in Leuven. And I was going to build him that sort of QR system. I'd already started work on it and stuff, And but obviously Corona happened and then he closed down. But yeah, so the idea is there, and it's a good idea.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Right, so you just make an admin panel in the framework, and then you just make an app for the customers and an app for the staff.
That's it. That is it.
That's it. And the two apps will connect to the framework API, and that's it.
That's cool. I have a couple of comments, Derek, and they're a wee bit late. I apologise for the delay to those who left these comments. But Simon here, Daffa, who goes by the name Daffa, says, Derek,
Yes,
would you be using Teams on Mac? Would you be using Teams on a Mac? Pardon me.
Yes, I use Teams on my Mac.
Hold on. Yeah.
Derek, that would you be using Teams on a Mac?
Yeah.
Derek,
Hello?
would you be using Teams on a Mac? Question mark.
That is me.
Okay, cool. We have Mega Steve 19, new name, ding 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 ding, who says open swool is rapid. Have you heard of Thank you for that, Mega Steve. Have you heard of open swool?
Open swool? I've heard of swool. I can't remember exactly what it does again. Not used it.
Let's have a wee look at it.
Yeah, it's the async stuff, man, yeah.
Oh, this is a PHP thing, isn't it? For asynchronous PHP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my mate Willem's done a lot of stuff regarding that kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. Thank you for that recommendation. We appreciate it, and we appreciate you, Mega Steve 19. Now, what's happening on the planet called Earth? I haven't looked at Twitter for a solid half hour.
Oh, stay away from it, man. Stay away.
I can't resist.
Have a look at the image I sent you.
Hang on. Let's see here. Macron has over 500,000 tweets. He's gone. He won't last till the end of July. And I tell you quite rightly, you know. Yeah, I think Macron is going to go. Can you believe that he was blaming computer games?
I know. Like in social media, do you know, like, social media is what's causing all these people to riot because it's spreading all this stuff. So we want to try and curb down on what's happening on social media. Excuse me? What he's basically saying is, people are getting angry because they can see what's happening via the internet. Therefore, if they don't see it, they won't riot. So we're going to just, like, you know, if you don't see videos of, like, police shooting people in cold blood, then you won't riot. So, yeah, what kind of attitude is that, man?
Mm-hmm. Listen to this quotation from an unconfirmed and unknown source. Quote, "Today the police are in combat as we are at war. Tomorrow we will be in the resistance, and the government should be aware of this." This it says police unions in France have written to Macron threatening to revolt. And of course we've got footage of Macron at the Elton John gig. Did you see that?
No.
Oh jeez, dude, you should look at my live screen. So while France is in flames, Macron goes along and starts tapping his foot with Elton, listening to Saturday Night's Alright for Fighting. I kid you not.
Holy shit, man.
It's unreal. And there he's having a good old time dancing about. And now he's blaming computer games. And I saw that he's also having a go at social media and blaming social media. We shouldn't share these images.
Yeah, that's
we're not to share this, you know. We've to pretend that everything is all sunshine and smiles.
Yeah.
You know.
Plonker, man.
And for anyone, well, no more comments. I mean, I just want to show people what's going on. This is the reality. You form your own opinion, you know. But this is what's happening. And I don't think that we should hide the truth or apologise for it or anything. Just show it. And let people decide for them. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
It is.
Oh dear. It's terrible. It's terrible. But I'm certainly expecting Macron to go. And the sooner we get rid of these people, the better.
Yeah. Definitely.
It's just... It's such a shame. France is the best country on earth. I love France, you know.
You're there all the time, aren't you, man?
Oh, jeez, man, I'm the biggest fan. It's, I mean, there's rumours that Jesus spent his final days in France. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was true. I don't know, but it's an incredible place, you know?
Yeah.
And to see this happening, in terms of the architecture, the art, the food, the culture, everything, the scenery, the history, I love France. Without any hesitation, it's my favourite country on earth. And to see this happening is absolutely gut-wrenching. Absolutely gut-wrenching.
Yeah. It does suck, man.
I wonder if historians will be talking about this.
It's quite possible.
I mean, it's a disaster. And it's going to get to the stage where there's not even much left to loot, you know?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The weekend is still young. This is a disaster. Oh, jeez. You will not believe
What
I'm looking at here.
I do I want to know?
This cannot be real. 5 hours ago.
What is it?
It looks like a multi-story car park. About 5 or 6 floors up, with cars being pushed out onto the street.
Well, fuck.
And the cars are falling. Looks like about 5 or 6 floors and then exploding as traffic below almost gets hit, maybe even gets hit. Ugh, jeez, this cannot be real, is it? Oh, it's from a Fast and Furious backstage. That explains the creativity. Yeah, there you go. I take it back.
Perils of the internet.
Wow. Now that looks real. I'm looking at what looks like SWAT teams in France going around, and they appear to have guns.
Oh, aye, they've managed to get a hold of weapons. They've raided armories and shit.
No,
like
no,
that.
I'm talking about the SWAT teams.
Oh, right.
It seems like it's very close to being a civil war. I think it is a civil war, actually. He blames social networks. He blames everybody except himself.
Yep.
And you know, I'm looking at Macron's face. He may be well intentioned, I don't know. But I think he's utterly incompetent.
Yeah.
Utterly. And isn't it funny how last week everybody was talking about how Putin is going to get overthrown in Russia? And here we are a week later. Putin's probably having a great old time. And it ends up it's the West that's on the brink of going down.
Yeah.
But there's Macron at the Elton John concert, having a good old time. Britain on alert as
Right.
riot hit France, warns of curfews. Tell me, Derek,
Yes.
what do you think would happen if they tried to do something like that in Glasgow, where we're from?
For fuck's sake, man. I'm not sure.
What's your prediction?
What if Glasgow went into a state of rioting?
That type of rioting that we're seeing in France.
Somehow I think we'd be more sensible.
I was saying earlier, I think we'd have it dealt with in one afternoon. I think we would be like, and I'm not being all macho, I'm very unintimidating. I'm 5'8", I've got little skinny arms, there's nothing intimidating about me. But if that happened here, I think everybody'd be like, yes, this is great, and then we'd all go out and kick their fucking asses.
Yeah.
It's just like what happened when they did the terrorist attack at the airport, and everybody was like, great, a new recreational event at the lounge, and everybody just kicked the shit out of them.
We should tell.
I'm pretty sure that's what would happen if they tried it here. I'm pretty sure.
You should give them context and explain the terrorist attack at Glasgow Airport.
Well, so they did they tried a couple of terrorists.
I'll tell them.
You tell them.
Some guy tried to, he had a car full of petrol and stuff like that, and he tried to crash it into the airport and set it into flames and stuff like that, right? But he ended up crashing into some bollards or something like that, and he messed up, right? But some guy, so the car went in flames anyway, right? And the guy got out of the car on fire. This failed terrorist attack. And then a guy ran up and kicked him in the balls as hard as he could. Kicked a burning man in the balls. and the guy was hailed as a hero for putting a stop to this guy.
Yeah. So in short, everybody was joining in, right?
Right.
I think we might have held the title for being maybe for a while at least, the only place on earth where somebody tried an Islamic terrorist attack and we all just whooped their ass. I'm not. I would probably be. If it happened here, I'd be running for the hills. I'd be doing the Usain Bolt impersonation. But knowing what I know about Glasgow, I think that if something like that happened here, I'm really, really confident that it wouldn't even last an afternoon. Everybody would just whoop their asses.
Yeah.
And they would be glad. They'd be like, thank heavens, we've got some riots, Finally, we've got some entertainment in the neighbourhood.
Yeah.
I really believe that, Derek. And I don't know if it's something to be proud of or anything. But Glasgow people, I think, are a bit different in that respect.
Yes.
Maybe I'm being delusional, but that's what I think at least. Okay, here comes Tony Green. Ding, 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 ding. Well, welcome, Tony Green. And Tony Green, says, just got back from walking. So what happened to the coding? Did you finish already?
Because you're on Twitter. Yeah, did you look at my screenshot I sent you?
No, I haven't. What have you got?
That was just my wee photo uploader thing.
Okay. I can't find it, man. Oh, right, okay. What is this anyway?
That's just the skeleton app that I'm building in React Native.
Right, okay, congratulations. Right, okay. Okay. Well, thank you. Let's Code
Let's code.
Because heaven knows I've spent enough time talking shit today. Alright. This is what you want. This is what you're gonna get. Okay. So, what I'm trying to build, folks, Derek, as of here on in, I'm just going to be talking code.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm going to wrap this call up with your permission, but maybe
yeah,
we can
right,
check,
no worries,
check in after.
yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah, because I'm going a bit slow in my coding here as well.
All right. Well, listen, thank you for passing by. We appreciate you, and you are officially an executive producer of today's show.
Oh,
thank you, Derek.
Thank you.
All right, I'll talk to you later, okay?
All right, everyone.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay. Take it easy.
Bye.
All right. So that was the great Derek McLean there. I've known Derek for 19 years. 19 years. But the funny thing, and I've mentioned it before, and I think he thought I was being a bit weird at the time. I saw Derek's photograph about 3 years before I met him. Imagine remembering this. But I had bumped into somebody from school who said to me, I'm in a band, and here's my band, and he showed a picture. And I remember Derek was in the band, and I never knew Derek. But he caught my eye somehow. I know it sounds a little bit gay, but somehow I had this feeling like that guy is going to be a part of my life somehow, and I don't know how. And that was about 3 years before I even met him. And the funny thing is, and again, I don't mean anything homoerotic here, but I just had this feeling. It was like, I saw this picture and it was just like, there's that guy. And about 3 years later, I met Derek, and we've coded together and all of that, and known him for a long time. Yeah, and it's funny that, isn't it? It's funny that I even remembered that. But there you go. So anyway, code we shall. Could you just let me get a little beverage here to keep me going? Just give me a second or two, will you? All right, hang on. Okay, so we'll do this image uploader thing. Hopefully I won't have to do much thinking. I think that I just want to see something. I saw that aspartame is getting a lot of bad press, and they're saying that it could potentially be aspartame. Yeah, we've got it. Okay. So maybe this is one of the last iron brews I'll be having. I don't think you can buy that where you are. This is like the national drink of Scotland. And unfortunately, it could be the last one I ever have. I don't know. Anyway, here's to you. Alright, so let's do this. So, we're going to get our image uploader working. Now, how do we do this? Well, I've got some code here that works for an alternative one that I made, which looks a little bit like this. And that one does work. Now if I right click, do you see how that says ID is drop-zone? It seems reasonable to me to assume that if I search for drop-zone, well, you can see it's now got a variable, and I think that this is going to be important. So here we go. Right, so look at these event listeners. We've got all sorts of event listeners here. Do you see this? Look at this. Event listeners. Now, check this out. If we click on this. Oh, browse. Here we go. Browse. Right, now we've got a picture selector. So I'm going to... Do you see how it changes colour when I drag? You can just about make that out there. Hang on. So look, it's changing colour, right? And then when we drop, it does the upload. Now, go back to the one that does not work. And what do we have? With this one, when we drag in, nothing happens, and when we drop, nothing happens. So, here's what we're going to do. Just like the code here, in fact, I'll take this. I'm going to copy this and do that. Then we'll get this section at the top here. Okay. So we're going to get this here. And then go something like this. Perfect. Now, I reckon that this code is going to be quite good for getting us out of the starting blocks here. So let me head back over here. And you can see that we've got this feature that dynamically creates a thing that says drag an image into the area below, right? So we are going to look for, in fact, I'm feeling a bit crazy. Okay. So I'm going to search for drag an image. There it is right there. So this is the bit that's dynamically creating those elements. Do you see how it's saying things like append child and create element, right? So all of this is dynamic. Now, here we've got a thing that says image preview container. Let's have a little bit of fun, and we'll just say image preview container style background color is cyan. Crazy old color. But if we do that, you can see that this area has gone a cyan color, and it says image preview container. Now I reckon that that image preview container is serving the same purpose as this thing here that's called drop zone. So you know what I'm going to do next, don't you? That's right. We're going to okay, I'll do a commit just in case I break anything. So okay. Alright. So if I say get status, a couple of things have been updated. Get add all, get commit, now about to give the drop zone for the uploader a new ID. Oh, pardon me. Git commit M. Why is that not working? I think it was because I used single quotes. Alright, there we go. So we're going to look for this image preview container. And I'm going to do a site-wide search and replace. So image preview container is going to become drop zone. So let's do this. There it is. So save, close, save, close. Perfect. Now, as our page loads up, you can see that that is now saying drop zone. So we'll open up the image manager here, and we're going to find the part that says drop zone. Here it's here, and where it says image preview container, that is going to be given the same name. It's going to be called drop zone. So we're going to say okay. So we're going to search for img preview container, and we'll rename that to drop zone, case sensitive. Here we go. And here it is. That should have had, you know what? Forgive me, folks. It should have had more than one instance. Give me a second here. Okay, it looks like I've already renamed the thing. Alright, fair enough. So this has got a thing called drop zone here. Okay. Now again, forgive me if it seems stupid, but I just want to be absolutely clear that this is working. So I'll give it a stupid colour. Alright. Fine. So, what we're going to do with this drop zone then is the following. We're going to say activate drop zone listeners, and we're going to pass in this new drop zone here. Okay, so we'll head down here, activate drop zone listeners, and this is the point where this is the moment where we really want to bring in those event listeners. So let's see if we can do this. I'm going to search for drop zone, and here we are right here. Okay, let's copy that. Take this over here. There we go. Now I'm going to do a little smug tab. Alright. So you can see that we're taking in a drop zone element. Now what's it actually doing? Well, if we drag over, it's changing the border and it's adding in a nice colour. We've got a few other event listeners, but let's just do this nice and slow, and we'll make sure that that functionality is working. So if we add an image like this, now I'm going to drag an image over, and do you see how it's changed colour? That is perfect. I'm going to do that again. So I'm doing this. I'm going to get rid of this actually, and we're going to add new image, dragging across, and just look at that. That's excellent. Okay, not too bad. That's not too bad. Now, going back, that was our first event listener there doing its job. Now the next thing is that when we leave, it returns to the normal colour that it had previously. So let's test that. So let's inspect. Now you can see here that the border is 3 pixels, and it's this strange colour here, and it's dashed. Now we made the mistake of changing to 4 pixels. That was a mistake. It should have been 3 pixels, and it should have been that colour. Okay. Another thing is the background colour here. To me it looks kind of white, you know. Alright, well, we'll assume it's white. So where it says background colour is all the E's, are we going to do that? I don't know. But let me just try this. So if we go like this, refresh, we'll go like this, add new image, bringing in, I'm dragging over. Ah, now there you go. That looks fantastic. Really good. The only thing is, you can see that we've got a grey background here, which I actually like. But when we go in here, is it grey? I don't think that's grey, do you? I don't think it is. So I'm going to find this thing here. I'm going to look for drop zone. And let's just give it the light grey background. The code for that is all of the E's. There it is there. So now hard reload, and we should hopefully have a nice grey background. If we hover over, changes colour, head off, goes back to the way it was. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. Alright. Good. So that's 2 of our event listeners now working. Let's look at the third event listener. The third event listener is when we have a drop event. Now you can see that it says event prevent default. Then we've got event data transfer files. Now, that's a wee bit of a concern. I'm gonna console.log json.stringify files, and I'm gonna hit return, and I'm gonna give you a little prediction about what I think's gonna happen. Here's the prediction. If I say add new image, then click choose image, and this pops up, right? If I then grab one of these, drag it and drop it, we have a little array here. However, if we do this again and bring in some files without selecting choose image, and we drop, that's a surprise. I didn't think that would happen. Okay, well, let me just check something here. If we have our Beatles one, now I'll try this. Okay, fair enough. I thought you had to do a choose option or something. Fine, it works. Okay, alright, well, at least we've now got this. So if the files.length is greater than 0, it says here select element controls capacity is 0. I have no idea what that's talking about, but I'm going to take it out. But here you can see hold on. Yeah. It's basically trying to make the drop zone go back to normal. So if we do that, now we've got a little function here called attempt upload. Okay. Alright. Attempt upload. So there it is. But unfortunately it's all minified. Alright. Oh good. So here's our attempt upload function in a deminified type of a way. So we're going to copy that, head up here, go like that. Now there's a lot of stuff happening here, so I'm going to just make life easy and just say running attempt upload and then return. I don't care about this right now, completely do not care. So in any event, it's going to attempt to upload for each and every one of those files. Then it's building a thing called regenerate uploader form, and I really have no idea what that is. So I'll just go like this, and I'll console.log running that. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do, and let's give it a try. All right, Derek's here. Hello, he says, I'm eating some lunch, so we come to see what I'm working on. Okay. Well, it's just this thing. And I'm basically, I want to get a drop zone working for the image uploader here. The idea being that you can drag an image in, keep an eye on the console, and look at that, running attempt upload. It's fantastic. So let's now look at this running attempt upload thing, and we'll see if we can figure out how this goes. Now I'm looking at generate random string. I don't think I've got that on this file. We do, however, have generate random code. Ah. So why reinvent the wheel? Instead of generate random string, we're going to say generate random code. And then we've got a thing that says add thumbnail. I have really no clue what that's doing. I think I'd like to just see what a standard upload does. So if I do that, then hit upload. Okay, so we've got a function called TP upload image. Let's bring this in. Okay. Alright, now let me look at the code here. I'm just going to do a little super quick string replace. Perfect. So what's it doing? Well, it's clearing the model body there. Then I'm seeing things like progress handlers and post requests and everything. So do you know what? It ain't gonna work, but that's okay. Let's just enjoy these little error messages, and we'll gradually reintroduce the different things that we need here. So here we go. I'll choose an image. I'll hit open. Upload. Alright, so here we go. It says cannot read properties of null, reading first child, image manager 856. So let's have a look at 856. And okay, so it's having a hard time figuring out what the modal body is here. So let's inspect. You can see that the modal itself is called TGP Media Manager. That's the name of it. And in fact, let me find this image modal thing. Oh, that's cool. It's nowhere else. There you go. Okay, so try that again. Now again, I'm expecting a complete error fest here, but that's okay. We'll just nail them one by one. Choosing an image, upload, and you can see that it says target table is not defined. Now that's on line 900. So form data target table, it says equals target table. Well, what is the target table? That's the question. I'm going to do a search for target table equals. And nothing comes up. So let's just do target table. And right around here, you can see it says target table is Trongate pages. Do you see that? And that has been passed in. Therefore, where this target table appears here, we can say I'll call it const. No, yeah, it is a constant. I'll call it that. Then I'll go into PHP and I'm going to echo target table. So that means that JavaScript now has access to this target table variable. And I added it to the top here because I want it to be available globally. In other words, I want it to be available inside all of these functions here. Pardon me. So we're going to refresh, have a little click, image, add a new image, choosing an image, then we're going to upload. Excellent. And you can see here that it says progress handler is not defined. Progress handler is 905. Line 905. So again, sure enough, you can see this progress handler that does not even get defined anywhere. So let me do a search for that. I'm losing my voice here. Okay. That has kind of stumped me, you know, because I can't actually. Oh, you know what? Maybe there it is. It's a function. It's a function. You can see that these are all bunched together. So copy that stuff. Head in here. Head downstairs. Hey, it's Mamalinho. How on earth are you doing? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Mamalinho here. Always a good energy. It's been a long time. It says, hi DC. I wish you an amazing weekend. Thank you. Keep going. You're unstoppable. Greetings from Crete. Well, thank you so much, Mamalinho. And it's so good to see you. It's been a long time, and I hope everything's going okay for you. The world's gone a bit mad lately. But you know what? We can keep on coding, right? At least we can do that. And it turns out coding's kind of easy. Who would have thought? That's right. I really can't stand it when people make YouTube videos, developers, and they all pretend that they're geniuses, you know. Let me tell you folks, you do not need to be a genius in this game. Have a look at me. If there was ever a time when I got an A at school, I cannot remember when it was. You are watching a pizza delivery guy. But that's okay. It's 100% okay. Okay, so let's go upstairs here and we'll do something like this. A little constant here again. Image upload API is this. Now I'm going to just check something. Const. It is. I have a funny feeling that won't work. Yeah, it says page params not defined. Okay, so I think it's Trongate pages object. Hopefully that'll work. So here we go, and there you go. Excellent. Look at this. Trongate pages, submit image upload. Now, it's showtime at the Apollo, you know, because we're going to get this submit image upload thing working. So we'll head in to here, and I'm looking and I cannot see it. So thankfully, there is another version that was lying around. So I'm going to just say submit image upload. There we go. A little bit of PHP. And isn't it the strangest thing, folks? As I've said many times before, I completely consider myself a PHP developer. But I hardly ever write PHP code. I seem to spend the vast majority of my time doing JavaScript. And I wish it were not so, you know. But what can you do? Alright, so this handles the submission of an image upload, blah, 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 blah. You can see that it's calling upon the API auth here. So if we go into Trongate pages and then look at api.json, you can see our API authorization here. It's fantastic. So we get our update ID. And by the way, do you see this syntax, how I say int segment 3? You can actually do it this way. That's going to work as well. It's all built into the framework. We make sure that the table exists, which is what we're doing there. We then get the files. Everything looks beautiful. Now, here it's getting our Trongate pages destination. Here we're setting some files and whatnot. Now we've got a thing called prep file name. I don't think that we've got prep file name in this. We have not. So we head up here. We're going to search for prep file name. Now as I'm coding, folks, notice, this is important, I am not engaged with the code. It's true. If you're looking at this and thinking I understand what all of this means, I don't. I probably understood it when I wrote the thing. But that was a long time ago. And I don't understand it anymore. But that's absolutely cool. One of the reasons why I'm able to code for 20 hours at a time without so much as blinking. Can you add doc blocks type hinting and return types to the following PHP function? Yeah, one of the reasons why I'm able to do this for hours and hours and hours is because I don't engage with it. I'm not engaged with any of this, meaning I'm not really thinking. I'm thinking a wee bit, but not much. Not any more than you would think during a game of Monopoly or something. Because thinking uses up tons and tons of energy. And if you sit thinking and analysing and all of that, what ends up happening is you end up exhausted. Physically just knackered, you know. So the vibe is, if you're in the business of building big giant apps, then don't engage. Don't think too much. Now I'm going to look at things like this. I'm just glancing, right? And I'm looking for any, I'm not following the logic, but I'm looking for any mention of any function names or anything that I need. And I think we're alright. So that was called prep file name. There's the mention. So now it's moving the thing across, and I think it looks just fine actually. We may well be missing a few other things, but let's give this a try. Oh, why don't we give it a try? So, adding a new image, choosing it, going like that, upload. Okay, now you can see that we're missing a Trongate Pages ID here. Alright, well, how are we going to get that back? I'm going to just quickly search for, ID, but in a sort of case sensitive way, like this. And I'm just curious to see if we've got like a record ID or something like that, you know. See if you can see one. Ah, there we go. So there's Trongate Pages object, Trongate Pages.id, and I think that will do. That will be just perfect. So let's copy this, and we are looking for the thing that says Trongate Pages ID. So there it is, right? We know that this is not available. So what do? Replace it with that. Alright, here we go. Okay, so this is now saying invalid token. Now it says sending post request to blah 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 blah, but look at the form data. Target table, it's just insane, right? So let's fix this target table thing. Now you can see right here, I've added PHP code to a JavaScript file. That is our mistake of the day. So let's try a little experiment. Let's console.log json.stringify Trongate Pages object. I just want to see what is available. So here it is. We're going to take a trip to our best JSON viewer. Paste in. Going to look at the code. Now I'm looking for, you can see we've got target table. Do you see that? So it looks as if we have got it here. All we have to do is say Trongate Pages object dot target table, and I think that's going to be perfect. Okay, here we go. So we're heading back up here, have a little refresh. Now I'll sit and do these errors all day, I don't care, because I'm not engaged with it. Again, the key to being able to code for hours and hours and hours, the key is 100% do not engage. Now it looks like we have a challenge with sending a token across. So let's do something about that. Okay, so this is a temp upload file. You can see that it says Trongate token is, and then it runs into some problems. But now we're adding a proper token here. I'm going to save and refresh. Okay, now that's a bit of a downer, innit? It's saying unauthorized still, which is a bit of a shame. Bit of a shame. But hey, before I get into that, look at this draw image error. Why don't we get that working? So I'll go to a past version. I'm going to do a search. Here it is here. Okay, we'll chuck this in. Even though it's not uploading, at least we can have nice errors, right? So what's it doing here? Well, you can see that we are referencing the modal. There you go. And it removes the footer. It creates a little headline. We create a little paragraph. Now here I'm seeing draw big cross. I don't know about that. I think instead we're going to say this. So it's going to be a slightly different function name, but we are passing in that modal body here. Then you can see that we've got a restart button thing here. We've got a cancel button. Now I'm going to have to do something about this close and destroy modal thing, but maybe we'll come on to that later on. And then we've got choose another image, and again we'll figure that out as well later on. But let's just save. So we're basically testing our error feature here. As we choose an image, we're going to upload. Now that's a shame, innit? It says cannot find first child at line 951. Okay, now we know what the problem is there. That is not the name of the thing. The name of the thing is TGP Media Manager. So we're going to take this. We're going to say Media Manager. Replace all. Save and refresh. Okay, and here we go. Right, excellent. Now, believe it or not, that's a success because I wanted the page to just show me an error, and I wanted to make the error look nice, you know. So that's what we've got. Okay, I think the page is a little bit, this part is too high. So what I'm going to do is, do you remember the part that drew the cross on the page? There it is here. I'm going to find another example of this where it turned out a lot better. So here we go. Look at this one. We've got a validation error, we've got status, and we've got response text. And what's it doing? It's clearing the modal body. Then it's building a new headline and all of that. And then it's giving us this OK cancel button thing. Now I don't know about that. Don't know if I'm into that stuff. But the first part of it is kind of useful, you know. So how about if instead of all of that stuff we just go like this and we chuck in the target modal body. Now the status, what does that go like? Well, that should be an HTTP status. Now, do you see how draw image error is just taking in the response text? Let's pass in the status. There it is right there. In fact, I'll flip them around. That feels better, right? So now we're going to go to draw image error. We now know that we're passing in the status. Okay, and you can see right here, we're now passing that in. Then we're going to take our error message here. Now, let's make life really simple. Copy. Why not just take this right upstairs? And then I'll just hit return. Okay, so you see how that looks really big and stupid? We'll do the same again. Okay, now that looks a bit better. It's nicely positioned. You can see that it says OK. And if we hit OK, it allows us to close the media manager, which is fair enough, right? So let's do that again. So we're adding a new image. We upload, an error happens, but then we can hit OK. Perfect. Okay, now the only thing about that that's uncool is when there's an error, I don't want to necessarily just say, hey man, you're screwed, you know, and that's them. I would like them to have a feature similar to what we have here. So the idea is that they've got a choice. They're going to have another button. Okay. And the other button is going to go like this. We're going to say const restart button is document create element button. We're going to say restart button inner text equals, now let's just say try again. Okay, then we'll say restart button set attribute on click, and when somebody clicks it, we're going to run this. Finally, let's get this thing here, the modal footer. So we're going to copy that selector, going to say const modal footer is document query selector, that one there, and it's going to be modal footer append child of restart button. And then I'll do return because I don't want all of this bullshit to happen. So that means that when I now add in an image, it says restart button has already been declared. Okay, so that would have been probably down here somewhere. So we'll comment all of this out. Try again. Here we go. Okay, uploading. Now it says error invalid token. You can see that we've got try again. Okay, and let's click on try again. Ah, that's not too good. That is not too good. So you can see that this thing just says cancel. So here's what we're gonna do. Do you see how that says okay? Right, let's copy that selector. And we're going to say around about here. Yeah. Okay. So when we click that, it's running restart image manager, but let's look at restart add image manager. Doesn't take anything, doesn't take anything, doesn't take anything. Okay, so let's try an experiment. Suppose we said restart image adder and we put in a 1. Now run other events equals false. So what we could do then, we're now assuming a variable of run other events. But here you can see we've got rebuild blah 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 blah. You can see a little set timeout here. So we're gonna say if run other events, I'll do 2 equals is equivalent to true, then now I'm gonna console.log run other events. Okay. So how's this all gonna work? Well, if we go like this and hit go back, nothing happens. But if we upload an image, then get an error, then hit try again, you can see that it says run other events. So how's run other events gonna go? Well, we can set timeout. Actually, do we even need to set timeout? We probably don't. We could just say const. Now we'll take the OK button here. So let's take that button. There it is, right? Then we'll say the try again button, which is this one. Okay. So we're going to say OK button dot remove. Oh, pardon me. It's the try again button. Remove. But the OK button is going to have inner text equal to cancel. And there you go. So what that means then is that now if we upload an image, and we get an error, we're going to upload. Now you can see we've got try again here. So if we click on try again, now the try again button disappears, this becomes cancel, and it is perfect. Isn't that awesome? So let's deal with this invalid token issue. It's a bit of a downer, isn't it? Let's see if we can do something with that. So I'm going to do a search for submit. I'm looking for the page where the uploads happen, and you can see that it's looking for a thing called upload URL. Do you see that? Now, I'm going to just jump right in here. I'm going to console.log sending post request to, and it's going to be upload URL. And then I'm going to say token is, and I'll chuck in this little beauty here. Okay. For absolute clarity, let's just do this. Okay, there we go. So hopefully that will at least tell us what we're sending. Okay, good. Now, it says it is, and then sending post request to. And it's as if this thing never even ran. It's as if that never even ran. It is. Right, so I'm looking at what appears to be an image upload URL. This is TG upload image. TG upload image. Okay. Ah, I see what's going on. Right, okay. So do you see this attempt to upload image? I don't think that's even being called. Okay, so I'm going to just do an alert. Not in use. And I'll delete this later. Okay, so we know that it's not that, so it's going to be on TG. I actually don't know if I can see where where the heck does this thing go? Alright, hold on. Yeah, I'm a wee bit lost here. Okay, choosing an image. So we do have an upload image button. Now what is that doing? It's calling TG upload image. So let's look for that. Isn't that something? I don't think we've even got it. Which makes you wonder. Okay, TGP upload image button. Right, okay, we'll find it, So it's there. Now on click is, it's called TP upload IMG. Where the heck is that? It is on Image Manager. It's on 874. So here it is here. Now this is saying image upload form. I don't think we've even got an image upload form. Eight, 7, 6. Oh no, we have. It's just that you can't see it. So we're clearing the thing. We're doing some loaders and some stuff like that. Okay. So it would appear that we are here. So I'm going to say console.log. I'll do a couple of restars. Sending post to. Now. Let's do that. So going like that. Choosing an image. And then upload. So sending post to, and there it is right there. So Strongate pages, submit image upload. You can see all of the stuff right there, but it says unauthorized. So that's on line 930. What we're then going to do is we're going to look for a little token. Alright, so we'll go like that. And let's try it now. Oh, good. So that worked. That completely worked. Even though it was a bit messy. So, what now? What now? Well, we've got this destroy image modal add image, or we've got draw image error. We know that draw image error is okay, but this here is causing a problem. So I'm going to just console.log all is well. And here is the response. Okay, so I'm just trying to get a little bit more information about what's going on with this. Choosing an image, upload. So you can see right here that this is getting an error because it's looking for a max file size. Now, do we have size, file size getting a mention anywhere here? I can't see it. So let's look at the form data. I can just see target table actually. Okay. Right, there's an upload form. That's image properties. Upload image. So let's look at this TP upload image thing. Here it is here. So it adds a spinner, it adds a progress bar. builds a form. And you can see here we've got this form data happening. And I don't think it's sending anything of any interest at all. So what does this mean? Well, you can see that we're submitting to submit image upload. So we're going to head over to submit image upload. So it does a wee bit of authorization. Okay, so what we've got then is it says max file size is not found. On Songate pages 314. So do you see how that says this max file size? We don't have it here. However, if we head to an older one, okay, so we've got Songate pages, max file size, set maximum allowed file size in megabytes. And that is on Songate pages. Here it is right here. Okay, so max file size MB. So head upstairs. Okay, we've got a few bits and pieces, and we're just gonna paste in, and that is the maximum allowed file size for images. Now let's refresh. Let's go like this. Add a new image. Upload. And unfortunately we're getting a problem with validate file. But it's okay. We'll just copy it. Take a trip to the employee of the month. I'm getting it to add type hinting and return types and stuff like that. Whether we like it or not, this is pretty much the direction that web development's going in. And if you are unhappy with stuff breaking, if you don't like breaking changes, because there's certainly a lot of breaking changes happening with PHP, if you don't like that, then what you have to do is give Trongate a star on GitHub. Maybe tell a few other people about the framework, because my promise to the community is this: if Trongate becomes a top 3 framework based on GitHub stars, which is totally doable, we're currently 12th of all of the active frameworks, but if we can get a top 3 position, I will build a new PHP engine, an engine of stability, an engine of choice. You'll be able to choose your syntax and everything, and an engine that you can depend upon. That's the promise, you know. So I'm keeping a close eye on the GitHub stars, and I really hope that it happens. Oh, Trongate pages validate file not found. But validate file is found. It is found. I don't know where it's getting that from. That is ridiculous. So they're saying that it's getting called on 321. Oh, do you know what it is? You know what the mistake is, right? Can you see it? The clue is in the end of the file. If you look, I think I'm outside the class. I think I am. So if we go upstairs, see how this is a class? So if you look at, say, this function, right? That's the end of that function, and this is the end of the class, which means that this stuff here was a crazy mistake, but that stuff should go there. Okay, so now it's going to work. We're going to go like this. Oh, and it added it to the page. Did you see that? That's pretty cool, isn't it? So that is not too bad. Okay. So I'm going to go into images. You see where it says uploads here? I'm going to rename it to uploads full. Then we're going to have a new folder. I'll call it uploads. So this means that we've now got an empty uploads folder. If we then go like this, add new image, I'm going to choose an image, then I'm going to open, then upload. It does that and it adds it to the page. And believe it or not, even though it works, I don't like it. I really don't like it. I think we can do much, much better than that. In fact, I had it going much better than that previously. I think a much better thing would be if we did something like the following. We could go like this. Trongate pages manage, right? Now watch this beautiful uploader here. If I, well, first of all, I'll delete an image, right? Now, if you have a look, this is a much better experience with this one, because what happens here is when we upload an image, check this out. It's going to upload, but then it expands and then we get a little spin. You see that? And that means that we can select that. And with that selected, we'll be able to add properties and stuff like that. That's going to be a much better experience than just chucking it on the page. Do you know what I'm saying? So that's what we're going to do next. And how is everybody in the room? Shouldn't T, P, be T, G, P? I think you're absolutely right. For sure. Thank you, Tony. I think he's right. And we'll do that at some point. Alright. So, we're going to change the experience then. To be clear, the vibe is that when somebody adds an image, Okay. So they go like this. And then we hit upload image. Now let's just remind ourselves of how this thing works, but without any thinking. Alright. Yeah, TG. I see what you're saying. Okay. So this is our code here. Now, where it says all is well, it calls upon this destroy image modal add image. Now let's see if we can find that, right? There it is right there. So what's it doing? Well, we're clearing the modal body. We're removing the footer, we're drawing a big tick, and then we're running a thing called insert image. Let's look at insert image. Right, I do not like insert image. I think insert image is bullshit. So instead I'm going to go back to the one that I had before. Okay. Now, here it is here. And this calls insert image. That's really bizarre. That is nothing like what I expected. I'm looking for something that spins. Remember that stuff? I want to make the thing spin. So I can see a TG after upload events. Now what's this doing? I think that looks far more promising. So let's look at this. Ah, there we go. There we go. So this is what we want to do. At the end of our upload here, at TP upload image, instead of this here, we're going to chuck this in. This is called TP after upload events. And you're right, I know that we have to rename it, but we'll do that in just a minute. First of all, TP. Haha, where on earth is it? TG after. There it is. So this is our function here. We will copy. We'll go like this. Now, this looks great. Now I'm looking at this rebuild add image modal body. I don't even know what it does. But you know what? Who cares? Who cares? Let's just give it a go. So we'll add a new image. Let's choose this one. Upload. Okay, so cannot read properties of null on 962. Okay, so we know that it's called TGP Media Manager. In fact, this is probably a good time to do that tweak. Okay, in fact, I'm feeling a bit crazy. I'll do it site-wide. Okay, here we go. So we'll upload the third one. Now, draw big tick alt is not defined. But let's not worry. We'll call upon image manager. We're going to look for big tick. Now, we've got this TGP draw big tick thing going on. Let's search for it. Okay, I'm going to do a site-wide search for big tick and parenthesis. Okay, let's copy this. Now we're talking about 966. And we'll go like that and we'll chuck in our target modal body. Alright, let's see what this does. So let's add our fourth image. Okay, so on image manager 436, alright, so what's happening here is okay, that's cool. I completely get this. So what this is trying to do is it's trying to rebuild the add image thing. And indeed, if you look really closely, okay, so it draws the big tick. And then it tries to draw the select thing again. So anyway, here's the point. Yes, indeed, we are gonna comment this out. Something I wanted to check. N draw big tick. Alright, let's try TGP draw big tick. Okay, now let me have a closer look at this. Okay, so you can remember on the old one that we called draw big tick alt. What's the difference between the two? The answer is that big tick alt keeps the modal going, but the one that we're using, when it has finished drawing it, it runs hide big tick, and hide big tick probably destroys the modal. I'll bet you anything it does. Aye, so there it is, it's resetting everything. Okay, good. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep this one here, and we're going to say comma close upon finish equals, we'll do a 0. Okay, close upon finish equals 0. So now here, if close upon finish is 0, then we do that. Actually, I'll flip it around. We'll say close upon 0 is 1. Or pardon me, close upon finish. Close upon finish, right? Now, that means that on our image manager, we now have the pleasure and the privilege of calling this in. Now we have called this draw big tick in before, and the way that we did it previously is we pass in the modal body. So that's fair enough. It's target modal body, but we're going to pass in a 0. That means that it's going to draw the tick and then just leave it on the page. Okay, so nice and slow. Let's see how we go. Alright, thank you very much, Tony. We have a little syntax error at 969. Okay. Now, yeah, that looks good. So the goal here is that we should be able to upload an image. And if we've done this right, well, let's just see. Okay, so you can see that it's given us this craziness here. And then it draws this ridiculous tick thing, which is just stupid. So let's just clear this target modal body before we do that. So let's do this. Right, so it's going to do the same again. There you go. That's excellent, right? So now we've managed to get that. Okay, excellent. So what we do now is we say target TG target spin box. TG target spin box. Now, if we look at this, you can see we've got this let at the top that says TG target spin box. This means that this is, we'll change it to TGP in a minute, but it means that this will be widely available. Now, if we Aha, okay. Okay, cool. So do you see this wee set timeout here? This is a beautiful wee bit of code, because what's going to happen is the following. We've got a thing called rebuild add image modal, which is here. And then we've got TP fetch uploaded images, or TGP, whatever, which is here. We've then got TGP draw uploaded images, which is here. But then you can see we've got this wee spin box thing. Okay. So that's the vibe. Now, so at this after upload events thing, we're going to draw the big tick. Then we're going to wait 1.3 seconds. Which is about the time it takes to draw the tick, right? It's an animation. And then after that, we're going to rebuild the thing. But we're also going to say that this spin box is 1. Now, here, this is going to work. So wait till you see this. This is completely going to work, because what's going to happen now is when we add an image, and we'll do this one here. I think I've got one more that I can add. Now watch this. Well, it was done with great intention, I can tell you that much. It turns out we have to pass in the target modal body. Okay, so let's just do that. We'll pass it in. While we're here, I'll delete some images. Okay, let's give it a quick try. So I'm trying to get this nice little spin effect going on. You'll see it in just a second. Here we go. It says spin baby spin is not defined. Okay. Try again. Alright, so there's our spin working at least. We nearly had it. The only problem is that the screen there went really big and crazy. Right, so let's see if we can figure out why that happened, and most of all, how we can prevent that. I suppose if we look at the previous example, which we know worked very nicely, question is, what was it that we did that made this one look nice and the other one look rubbish? Well, there's your answer. We clear the modal body. It's as simple as that. So this is us clearing the modal body here, and as we did there. But the key vibe is we clear it again here, like that. And I think you'll find that this is going to be perfect. And there it is. Now I'll remove this so we can see it in all of its glory. So again, that's excellent. Look at that. It's just beautiful, isn't it? And it's such a nice experience. There you go. That's fantastic. All right. Thank you very much, Tony. Thank you very much indeed. You know, the key with building that, and forgive me for being a complete smug know-it-all here, but the key to building cool stuff like this, I always come back to it. Take the advice of Steve Jobs. You start from the user experience, you know. So you say to yourself, right, forget about the code. What would be a nice experience if anything was possible, you know? And so when you start from the code, you think, all right, well, for one, it'd be nice if they could press escape and make the thing disappear. So there's that. It would be nice if they could click add an image, and without anything else, it all reforms. And then they can do this. And then it would be nice if the thing span and then zoomed up so you know what you've just uploaded. So again, you're thinking of the user experience, right? Most developers would have just done a crappy little upload form. But you start from the experience and then you just veg out and work your way back. I'm not thinking about the code. I keep on saying I'm not thinking about it. I'm just relaxed, you know. And as long as you can kind of get into the right state where it's like, okay, if I'm going to click this, right? I don't even know if it's going to work, but check this. It actually worked. Anyway, the point is, if it had not worked, I would have been fine. Because you assume this kind of vegged out state where the whole vibe is like, yep, I'm alright. You know, whatever happens, I'm alright. So here's an image. Let's just upload this. There it is. Let's click on this. It's really good, isn't it? It's really, really good. I'm gonna delete. I'm gonna do that again. So that code is so that we don't accidentally remove files from the server. And there you go. So here's our experience again. Choosing an image. I'll go with this here. Upload. And there you have it. Really nice, right? And then you click, zooms in, and then you add it to the page. How cool is that? Now, let's keep on going. I'd like to see how it behaves when you upload really, really big pictures. Maybe something like this. This is a big picture. So let's try this. You'd have to say, I think that's looking quite good. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I think that's really good. So now I have to ask the question, is there anything else that needs to be done with this image uploader? Oh yeah, the drag and drop. That's what we've still got to do. We've still got to do the drag and drop. But it really is looking good, I'll tell you that. Okay. The drag and drop it shall be, and then I suppose the drag and drop, a little bit of mobile functionality, and then all is well in the world, you know? That's it. Now I'm having one of these moments. How long have I been on here? We've covered a lot today, yeah? I was waffling away for half the time. But 5 hours is not too bad. Not too bad. Now I'm wondering what to do here. This is going to sound a little bit stupid, but I got this shirt recently. This one here. I got this shirt, and it's not expensive. It's a 20 quid shirt, but this is the nicest shirt I have ever had. It's just the material. It's kind of, it retains its whiteness. It's really great, and I'm thinking about buying another few of them before they disappear, because it's that good. So I might just finish there and go and buy some shirts, you know. I'm into white shirts these days. Let me just check the opening hours of my highly exclusive shop. That was being sarcastic, by the way. You want to know where I shop? I'll show you. It's classic sweatshop bullshit. Matalan. But they've got these really, really, really great shirts. And I would like to, like I say, I'd like to buy a few of them while I've got the chance, because sometimes things like that come along and you don't see them again, you know. Okay, give me just a wee second here. I tell you what, their search facility is garbage. It's open till 7. yeah, so this is where I'm going to go, I think. But let me see if I can get somebody to go with me. Give me just a wee moment, will you? Yeah, I think I'm going to wrap the stream up there, but look at this headline before I go. Building Society admits it would close customers' accounts if they are rude or discriminate after Farage row. Yorkshire Building Society said it cut ties with a client who questioned the use of the pride flag in their branches. A leading building society. Blah, 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 blah. So basically, if you say something that they don't like, they're now closing your bank account down. Now, I don't care if you like Nigel Farage or not, it's irrelevant. But the idea that they can just close down a bank account, your bank account, if you happen to say something that they don't like, is utterly outrageous. And this is something, I mean, something has to be done. His views are not tolerable, and that his account would be closed. They closed a vicar's account as well. Boycott with every penny. I can promise one day it will be you. I'll retweet that one. This is absolutely true. Boycott them. And this is what we have to do, because it says here, we never close savings accounts based on different opinions about beliefs or feedback from customers. We only ever close an account if a customer is rude, abusive, violent, or discriminates in any way based on the specific facts, comments, and behaviour in each case. Let's see. Yeah, this is a disgrace. So, you're woolly. Is that how we spell woolly? I don't even know. That's not good enough. I too will be closing my account. first thing on Monday. I'm also calling upon my thousands and thousands nah, that's losing its impact. I was trying to do the wrestler thing like The Rock, but it just never worked. There you go. So I'll be closing my account first thing on Monday. Now, I actually, I may not even have to wait until Monday because I don't think I've got an account with them, but that's a secret. Terrible. Really, really terrible. Now, something else before I go. I can see that, did you guys see the screen there? I don't know. I was showing you this, this nonsense here. So the banks have started closing you down. Disgusting shithounds. This is ridiculous, of course, and it has to be contested. Alright, thank you very much. Tony's out of here. Thank you very much indeed. But here is our friend, the Beyonder. Nice to see you, man. It's been a long time. How art thou? I'm doing alright, man. How are you? Everything okay? Haven't seen you in a while. What do you make of all of this madness going on? I wonder. Anyway, this is terrible. This is really terrible. Yep. And I would love to, I would really love to see them going under, you know? And this leads me to another point that I want to make just before I finish the live stream today. I think that I'm not a political guy. I don't vote. I don't have any intentions of voting. It's just not a part of who I am. However, I've been looking at the way things are going recently. I mean, now they're closing down banks. You can see what's happening in Paris. I mean, it's a terrible situation. The whole planet is on the verge of going up in flames. And I reserve the right to change my mind based on what I'm about to say. But I'm of the viewpoint that when something happens that is so outrageous that it threatens the very civilization in which you live, well, some things are more important than frameworks and GitHub stars and clients and employment and all of that. And my own perspective is, I'm gonna retweet things like this. Like Macron enjoying Elton John's concert while the whole place goes up in flames. I'm gonna retweet things like this. There we go. There we go. I don't even need to say anything. Because the truth is something that is good. You know? And I'm amazed at how people can do YouTube videos and just show people coding and stuff like that without talking about the chaos. I said earlier on, you know, other people have got theories about what's happening. Neoliberalism, this says. I don't even know what neoliberalism is. I think that's the first time I've ever even said the word, or is it a phrase? I don't even know. But what's happening here? I mean, this is a pharmacy. Look at it. It's just terrible. So keep on retweeting. Keep on talking about stuff like that. You don't need to even give a theory. I've given you my own theory. I think that the world is being run by a bunch of Satanists. Seriously. And I think they're enjoying this. I think they think it's funny. I think they love it when we fight among ourselves. And I think that along with torture and child sacrifices and running billion-dollar people trafficking rings, this is just one of their little hobbies. That's what I believe. But you can believe whatever you like, as long as you focus on the truth. And what we're looking at here is the truth. I see all of this appease his World Economic Forum paymasters. I don't even know what that means. But you know what? I'll retweet it because it's a picture of what's happening. This is the truth. And we should never be afraid of the truth. In fact, if you look at the live stream today, you look at the live stream today, is it still here? I had a client who passed by the live stream earlier on. And I have confidence that my clients are intelligent enough, compassionate enough to know that the truth is good. I will not lose a single client for any political viewpoint that I've said ever. Not one client. They may disagree with me. They may think that I'm a bungling idiot. Maybe they'll be right. But they will not cancel with me. I will never lose a single client at all. Probably not even a prospect. Because of talking about the situation in France or the banks or anything like that. Every once in a blue moon, I may lose a subscriber. But that's okay. I mean, no disrespect, but, you know, my clients are usually self-made millionaires and extremely successful, whereas my subscribers are a really good bunch. But the one like Chef who got really offended the other day and unsubscribed because I said something about pride that he never liked. Well, he's just a fucking poor guy, you know, sharing a seat with his ass. So I'm not going to worry about that, you know. But the movers and the shakers in life, the people who are intelligent, they're all right. You don't have to worry about them. And can you believe it? Not only am I not going to lose anyone, I even just got a new follower. How cool is that? Seems like a cool dude to me. He's into MAGA. and I've reached the conclusion that I love all of that stuff, I'll happily follow back. I love it all. So there you have it. That's the live stream, folks. That is the live stream. I think I'm going to leave it at that, if that's okay with you. Hopefully I'll have this thing up by Tuesday or Thursday maybe. As always, it has been a real pleasure and a privilege to be here with you, and I appreciate all the comments. The Beyonder says we are without alleged money and property, including bank account, for donkey years. I shall contemplate these words on the tree of woe. Thank you, Beyonder. Have a great weekend, everybody. Stay cool. And remember, shall we steal the phrase of Kevin Trudeau? Alright, you can have, be or do anything you want in this life.